Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
This all happened about a week before my son's 7th birthday. I'm a 38-year-old male, and I hadn't gotten him a gift yet. So after work, I asked his mother to pick him up from school as I drive myself to Walmart to browse the toy section for something that he would possibly want. While trying to decide between a Nerf gun or an Iron Man action figure, I heard a woman's voice behind me. "Aw, browsing for yourself or a little one?" I turned around to see a woman around my age in an employee vest with a smile, clearly amused by her own joke. "Well, clearly it's for me, but on an unrelated note, any ideas for a birthday gift for a 7-year-old boy?" I retort. The woman chuckled a bit before pointing out that the Nerf gun. This one sells really well." And taking her word for it, I put the gun in my cart before thanking her and then pushing off. However, she stops me and says, "Is there anything else I can do to help you today?" she said, stepping into my line of sight again. No, thank you," I say. "I really just came for the toy, but thank you again." And with that, I pushed my cart past her. As I made my way to the checkout, I saw a good deal on cherries and decided to swing over to the groceries to see what else I might want to get while I was there. A few minutes later, as I was knocking on some watermelons, I heard the same voice from before. "I thought you were only here for the Nerf gun." I turned around to see the woman again. Yeah, but I decided to do some grocery shopping while I was here." I know. I didn't have to explain myself to her, but in order to be polite, I decided to reply to her small talk, but I just kept this short because I was getting a weird feeling about this lady. She continued to follow me around during my shopping, which I had decided to cut short given the situation. I then went to self-checkout since the line was shorter there. Usually, I don't mind waiting in line for a cashier, but today, I wanted to be done a lot sooner than normal. I scanned my items, and I swiped my points card before paying, and I then left. The woman was standing at the exit doors, literally watching me as I left. I thought that this was the end of it, until later that afternoon, I got a phone call. "Hello?" I answered, only to be greeted by the same cheery voice that I heard at the Walmart. "Hello, is this?" she said my name. I was shocked. "How did you get my number?" I asked. "Well, I usually don't do this, but I really like talking to you, so after I saw you had a membership card, I looked it up and I found your phone number in our database," she said, sounding almost proud of herself. "What the hell? What is wrong with you? Isn't that illegal?" I was outraged. This was an invasion of my personal information. "Oh, come on. It's not that big of a deal. Like I said, I just really like talking to you. And now that I've called, you can save my number, okay?" Flabbergasted by her nonchalantness over the situation, I blurted out, "No, not at all. I'm married, and I don't want anything to do with you. This is not okay." The phone line went silent for a long time before she hung up. She never called again, nor did I see her ever again at the Walmart, but I did report her, so that may be the reason why. But still, I hope that I never see that over-friendly Walmart employee again. I was at a large outdoor mall in Columbus, Ohio, and I wanted to do a little shopping before going into work nearby at 2 p.m. So, keep in mind, that this happened on a Wednesday afternoon in May. I parked on the first floor of a garage, a row directly across from the main entrance of the indoor mall area towards the back. As soon as I parked, I made eye contact with a guy walking in the next row. I was a 26 female at that time, and this guy looked to be around my age, if not younger. He turned towards me and then started walking my way. I put my head down, started gathering my things, and the next thing I knew, he was knocking on my window. I can't remember if I've already had the window down or if I rolled it down more, but anyways, the window was almost halfway down. He asked me where the closest restroom was. I told him that there is one as soon as you walk in the main entrance of the mall. He said that he didn't know where that was and if I would show him there. I pointed and I said that you literally just need to walk down this row and then go through the doors and the signs will be right there. But he really wanted me to show him where it was. He just stood there and looked at me for what felt like forever after he realized that I wasn't going to get out and show him the restroom. He then asked me if he could hop in the back seat real quick, and that's when my confusion went to panic. I really started to panic. I don't even remember if I responded to that right off the bat. He just kept going on, asking if he could get in, and then asked to hook up in the back seat. I just said no thank you and that I have a boyfriend and I'm sorry? To which he responded, "It's okay. I have a girlfriend and I love her." This just kept going on, me telling him that I needed to go and get to work and that I was sorry. He kept texting or something with his phone during the conversation too. I was afraid that he would try to open my door and I didn't want to lock them and somehow trigger this guy into doing something else. Somehow, I finally got the courage to start the car back up, reverse the car, and got the absolute fuck out of there before he could say anything else. I worked a couple blocks away and I hurried into the building before I called security. I have no idea what this guy's intentions actually were. I truly felt that he was trying to get me out of the car and possibly had other people close by. Maybe he really did just want to hook up. But who in the right mind goes about it in that kind of way? Was he bait for human trafficking? Was he just trying to rob me? He seemed to be a normal person until the interaction furthered. Thankfully, I was in a rental car because mine had been stolen exactly 3 weeks prior to this happening. I'm just very happy that this guy did not see what I typically drove if he happened to snag the license plate and the make and model of the car. What do you think this was? Does anybody here have any similar experiences? I still think about this to this day, and it's been about 2 years now. Transportation in the Philippines were made easier because there are motorcycle taxis here, and they are much cheaper compared to your Uber or Grab cars. You just need to book a rider through an app, just like how you would book Uber in your country. I'm used to taking them whenever it's not raining, and it's a faster way to get to my workplace, but that's just the tip of the iceberg to my story. One particular night, I was craving for something to eat. It was around 1 a.m. It took me an hour or two of scrolling through my phone to look for food to satisfy my cravings when I just decided that I'd go to 7-Eleven, which is just a few blocks away from the village that I live in. I decided to just walk there because the evening breeze was nice. I reached the highway and I walked to the nearest pedestrian lane. The streets were a bit dim when suddenly a man on the motorcycle stopped by me and he was urging me to ride on his motorcycle. Motorcycle taxis here have uniforms, so I know that he was a phony. 7-Eleven was still 2 blocks away, so I just politely brushed him off and said that I wanted to walk. He then took off, and I felt a rush of relief. I enjoyed the rest of my walk when I came to this block where only one street lamp was working, and the light from it was not a big help at all. My heart started beating fast, and I was sweating. Mind you, it was cold during that time. Something is stopping me from taking a step further. My legs felt heavy, but I did my best to walk because I was really hungry during that time. I don't have the perfect vision, and I can't see anything that is more than 4 feet away from me. When I was about to reach the corner where the only working street lamp is standing, I see the guy from earlier, and he was smoking something. I squinted my eyes, and he was smoking crack. I walked faster until I reached 7-Eleven. I shopped for my food, and when I went to the cashier to pay for my stuff, there were 3 people ahead of me. I then see the guy again. He went behind me, and he was holding a roll of aluminum foil. I was shaking, and I was about to cry when suddenly my childhood friend, who is a police officer, came in, and he greeted me. I greeted him back, and my friend then offered me a ride because he just clocked out and told me to wait for him. He went to the drink section of the store when the guy whispered something in my ear. "Suerte mo, miss. Di ka marirape ngayon." Which translates to, "Miss, you're lucky. I can't rape you now." When I was 15, I went to a show in Liverpool, UK with a friend. My friend told me that he was staying at a friend's house, so I boarded the 25-minute train home alone. This was the last train home at around 11:30 p.m. I found a seat and I stared out of the window as the city lights faded into peripheral twinkles. So, 5 minutes in, my trance was broken by the soft croak of an older guy, maybe 50, with a dusty blonde hair and aviator framed glasses. "Hello, young man. Are you okay? You look lonely." Shocked and confused, I nodded and said, "Oh, I'm okay, thanks." "The name's Dean. Do you like smoking weed or drinking beers? I've got some at my house. Are you stopping at Crew? You could pop in, you know," he said. No, I'm getting off at Runcorn," I mistakenly replied, cringing internally. I excused myself to use the bathroom as I made my way hastily across the carriage, the twinkling city lights now replaced by dank fields and a semi-urban decay. I peeked back, noticing the man playing with what seemed to be a needle. I sped up to the bathroom and I locked the door. It was only 10 more minutes until my stop. The next stop is Runcorn. I don't think a digitized train announcement has ever sounded so heavenly. I threw the door open and I bolted to the exit, but as my feet touched the station floor, I felt a firm grip on my shoulder. Looking back in fear and trying to shake off the grip, I acted fast and instinctively. I shouted, "Dad!" at a completely empty and on the other side of the gate. The now stumbling backwards Dean let out a "Oh fuck" under his breath and ran to the other side of the train while I ran through the gate. I sprinted all the way home and told my parents, who told the police. But we never heard anything. To start with, I'm a 27-year-old female, and I'm a reporter for a small-time local news channel. The work I do mostly pertains to writing scripts and asking questions and later saying them on camera, sometimes interviewing passersby to get public opinion. The day started just like any other day. The city was tearing down a lot of smaller hospitals in the area and creating one large one in the center of town, which had mixed feelings in the public eye. I was in the downtown area with my camera crew, asking people about their opinions on the matter. Many people were against it because it meant a farther drive from their homes, but having a newer hospital is never a bad thing either. Most people tended to say either or. However, that changed when I interviewed one man. Looking about mid-30s with a red baseball cap and a denim jacket on. If he hadn't been interested in talking, I would have simply ignored him. But while he seemed all too eager to talk to me, he didn't seem very concerned with the topic. Instead, he started asking about me, first asking my opinion on the subject, which I deflected saying that I was interested in his thoughts about it. But afterwards, he started asking things that weren't even related to the hospitals. He started asking me about my job as a reporter and how it affected my personal life since I was quote-unquote famous. I assured him that I wasn't famous, but then he continued asking me personal questions, including about my love life. I informed him that those were none of his business, but he didn't seem to take the hint. He kept trying to talk to me until I flat out told him to leave. It took him a while to do so, but eventually he got the message. He looked a bit offended, but then said, "Oh, I'm sorry. You're probably busy with work," before walking off. I felt a bit weirded out by it, so we took a break from recording and had lunch before going back to work. The rest of the workday was more or less the same as before the weird guy. It wasn't until we were packing up for the day that I saw the man again. He simply walked back up to us again and started talking to me. I tried to tell him that we were finished filming and there wasn't anything else to talk about. But he didn't take no for an answer. He then asked me for my phone number. That's when the pieces started to click into place. He was being so weird because he was trying to make a pass at me. I kindly told him no and that I wasn't interested. And fortunately, he wasn't so keen on my answer. He then asked me if I was single or not, and then said that whatever man I had was probably an asshole and that he could treat me so much better. He started raising his voice at me and calling me a bitch for playing with his feelings. That's when my cameraman David stepped in. He wasn't in the best of shape, but he was a big guy, so having him step up and say something was such a huge relief to me. He walked up and got between me and the crazy dude before saying, "Buddy, she ain't interested, so take a hint." The man seemed a bit intimidated by the large man in front of him before glancing back at me again. He called me a bitch before walking off, giving us the middle finger. I let out a huge sigh of relief as I was reaching my breaking point before David turned to me and asked me if I was okay. I gave him a little nod and thanked him for saving me, and I get into the van and try to calm down as we drive back to the station. I never saw the creep with a red cap and denim jacket again, and I hope that I never do. I'm not 100% sure that this story belongs here, and so if it does get removed for not fitting the criteria, I understand completely, but I thought that I would share just in case. I'm going to start out to say that this isn't some flashy, scary story, and it doesn't have the most satisfying ending. But none got hurt, which I am extremely grateful for. This all happened when I was in grade 5 or 6. I'm Canadian, so we have primary school, kinder to grade 8, and then we have high school, which is grade 9 to grade 12 or 13, and then go to college or university. So, I think I would have been around 8 or 9 years old at that time. I'm now, as of writing this, 23 years old, going to be 24 in July. So my memory may be a bit foggy, but what happened this day will forever stand out to me. I, at that time, an 8 to 9-year-old female, and my sister who was 2 years younger than me, let's call her Paya, went to a little French immersion school growing up. At the time, we were not living close to it, so we had to take a school bus. The bus stop where we would be picked up in the morning and then dropped in the afternoon was about a block or so away from the apartment buildings that we lived in. My sister and I would get up at 7 a.m. and catch the bus for 7:30 a.m. to get to school for 8 a.m. There was another family that also caught the bus at our stop with some younger children. So, we were never fully alone. But my sister and I made the walk there and home without any adult because my mother worked nights, and my sister and I thought that we were old enough to walk the short distance alone. This will be important later. This all happened during late spring, think around April or May, when the weather was getting consistently hotter during the day, upwards of 20 degrees Celsius. I should also note that I have allergenic asthma, which means activities like running or strenuous exercise, as well as allergens like pollen, can all and will trigger my asthma. And for this reason, I wasn't a big runner, and seeing me run was a rare occurrence. So, in the morning, bright and early, at 7:15, my sister and I head out to go wait at the bus stop for the school bus. Everything was pretty normal, me being the more obviously tired one of us, but something stuck out to me. I noticed an old brown pickup truck parked in one of the driveways of a nearby house. A person sat in the driver's seat, seemingly doing nothing, maybe asleep, I don't know. This wouldn't have been weird, except I knew that the people there drove a minivan. Maybe it was just how ugly the color of the brown pickup was, but it really stuck out to me. In hindsight, I should have questioned why the guy in the truck just sat there in his vehicle for over 15 minutes doing nothing, but I was too tired to care. So off to school we went, and the day was honestly forgettable in how routine it was. On the bus to go home, however, my sister and I got into an argument, so when we got to our stop, Paya took off running back to the house ahead of me, leaving me with the parents who picked up their younger children at the stop, and after they left, I was just alone. I was not impressed by the stunt that my sister had pulled, but I just began my walk down the street with traffic near me going the same way I was walking. I was about a minute into my walk home when I noticed that brown pickup truck that looked oddly familiar. I hadn't realized that it was probably the one from that morning. It was slowing down beside me as I walked. And now, it was a pretty hot day out. One kid had collapsed during recess because of heat stroke, so I was having a hard time already due to the heat. The driver of this old brown pickup rolls down the passenger window just to talk to me. He was waving a hand at me to get me to stop. I do stop because I was raised to be polite, but I kept my distance. There was a patch of grass separating the curb and the sidewalk, meaning that I had at least 60 centimeters of space between me and the curb. "Hey there, kiddo. Where are you headed?" The driver, a man in his late 50s or so, asked. Now, I had been raised knowing all about stranger danger, so I was already on guard about this. "Home?" I told him, purposefully vague about it. At this point, the man leaned over and unlocked his passenger door. I was able to see him a little better now. He had a tattoo of what I think was a tiger and some other animals up his right arm. He wore a plain gray muscle shirt, and I couldn't see what kind of pants he was wearing because I was short. His hair was a salt and pepper of gray and black, pulled into a low greasy ponytail, and he had a mustache. Not to profile, but like one of those stereotypical pedo stashes. His skin tone was tan, but he seemed to be Caucasian, and his hands were large with a scar across his knuckles. "Well, how about you hop in and I'll give you a ride? You know it's pretty hot out today." This complete stranger offered me with a smile, and I noticed he seemed to have a missing tooth too. I, of course, smiled back not to be rude, and I simply said a polite, "Oh, no thank you, sir." And I started walking again. Now, this would have been fine and dandy if it had just ended at that. But instead, he began keeping pace with me in his truck and insisting that I get in, that it was too hot out and that all the other kids had been picked up. Now, this struck me as odd, and still does even now, because this meant that he had been watching me when all of us had gotten off the bus. Though I guess he didn't notice my sister run off, but still this was really creepy. I again said, "No thank you." But he didn't seem to take the hint. In fact, he became more pushy and maybe a little irritated. He had pulled up so close to the curb, he was almost jumping it with his pickup now. And at this point, I was really feeling scared that this man might do something that I wouldn't like. So I quickly said, "Have a nice day." And then I took off running as fast as I could towards my apartment complex. I vaguely heard him shout something at me, but I just kept running, cutting over the grassy hill with a few trees on it instead of staying on the sidewalk. I saw that someone had just left the underground parking area that connected two of the buildings, and I ran in just before the big door that let cars out closed. I didn't stop running until I made it up to the 8th floor, got into my house, and then slammed and locked the door. At this point, I was in a full-blown asthma attack as well as crying in fear. I collapsed against the door, hyperventilating and sobbing. And my sister was now freaking out at how I just burst in like that. But I couldn't get out what I was trying to say as I could barely breathe. Eventually, I was able to calm down, and my mother came home from what she has been doing. I was then able to explain what had happened. My mother then called the police, and we had a female officer come interview me, to whom I recounted only what had happened on my way home from the bus stop, and then the nice policewoman took my statement. Unfortunately, nothing ever came of the investigation, and it didn't help that I couldn't remember the license plate other than it looked like it wasn't from Ontario, Canada. So, I never really heard anything after that. But to the man who may or may not have tried to kidnap me on my way home from school, let's not meet ever. I, a 29-year-old female, used to do some street performing when I was low on money, and at that time of the story I was 25. I had recently lost a lot of weight and needed to save money for skin removal surgery, in addition to buying all the new clothing and seeing a chiropractor because of the changes in my gait affecting my spine. So, this was a Friday night, and I was in a college town near the state university with a lot of bars and restaurants. Because all of my clothing's hung off my body like a tablecloth, I was wearing a decorative scarf tied into a dress, and it was a little on the revealing side, but it didn't look as sloppy as the rest of my clothing. If you don't wear decent clothing and makeup and such when you street perform, people assume you're homeless and can be really shitty towards you. This will be relevant to the story. So I was up tuning my guitar, sitting in a camping chair outside of a couple of bars, and at around 8:30 p.m., this beige SUV pulls up and parks in front of me. The guy driving it hopped out and approached me. He said, "Hey, do you want something to eat?" I answer, "Nah, I'm okay, but thanks though." And he just said okay, and then he got back into his car. But instead of driving away, he just sat there staring at me. I thought it was a little bit strange at that time, but I was focused on getting warmed up, so I didn't initially worry about it too much. I was only planning on staying out until about midnight, so I wanted to maximize my time. It was the end of the dinner time, beginning of the bar time rush, so it took me a while to realize that the beige SUV was still there, and the guy was still sitting in the driver's seat looking at me. I'm pretty sure he didn't even pay the parking meter. At about 9:30 p.m., he hops out again, and then he comes to me. He says, "Hey, are you hungry yet?" I answer, "No, I'm okay. I ate before I came out here." He then answers, "Come on, I want to give you something but I don't have any cash. Let me buy you dinner." This does happen though, when someone who doesn't carry cash sees a street musician that they like, they will often offer to buy a snack and then bring it to you, so I didn't find that strange. I then tell him, "Okay, sure, if you want to bring me a snack, that's cool." He then said, "Okay, come with me." I tell him, No, I'm not leaving my spot here." He then says, "There's a really good restaurant I want to take you to, but it's too far to walk. We need to drive there." I then answer him, "I'm sorry. I'm really not interested in going somewhere. I need to stay here and make some money tonight." And then he tells me, "I thought you were hungry. Come on, let me buy you dinner." I was starting to get frustrated, so I told him, "No, I told you I'm not actually that hungry. If you want to tip me with something other than cash, a slice of pizza from the place across the street, or a soda or a cigarette, that I'm fine with, but I'm not leaving my spot." He then says, "No, I'm not going to buy you a slice of pizza. If you want dinner, you need to come with me." At this point, tons of people were walking past us, and I was getting really annoyed at him for keeping me from playing music. I tell him, "Well, I'm not going anywhere, and I need to make some money tonight, so I'm done talking about this." At that point, I start playing my guitar to show him that I was done with this conversation. I probably should have been more concerned by this point, but I was honestly just pissed off. It wasn't uncommon for men who saw me street performing to offer me food or shelter in exchange for sex, so I kind of assumed that's what he was after at that point. For about the next hour, I focused on just playing music and chatting with people, and it was actually a pretty productive night. I had almost forgotten about the creepy dude, until he got out of his car and leaned against the door still staring at me. At this point, it was almost 11 p.m., and it dawned on me that he had been there for over 2 hours. And that's when the alarm bells finally started to go off in my head. I had a hard time focusing on the music after that because he was just standing there staring at me. And the longer it lasted, the more I felt like he had something more nefarious than just trying to bribe a young homeless woman to sleep with him in mind. At about 11:30, I realized that I needed to do something sooner rather than later. It was pretty much peak bar hour, but the streets were going to become less crowded eventually, and I was going to be walking home. I did not want to risk him following me. Now, When I'm street performing, I'm in a really friendly mode. I'm not the most intimidating looking girl in general, so I don't think he was expecting me to confront him directly. But when I feel threatened, I tend to get pretty mad pretty fast, and figuring that I had plenty of witnesses, I walked right up to him, angry as hell by this point. I asked him, "Why are you staring at me?" Him, taking aback, said, "Huh? You've been staring at me for 3 hours now. Do you just like making younger women uncomfortable?" I was mad, talking progressively faster and louder, and it was very clear that this wasn't going the way he expected it to. He then said, No, I wanted to buy you dinner." "So you're just waiting for me to get hungry enough to go get dinner with you? When I've already said no several times. That's not being helpful, it's being creepy. I know there aren't any restaurants that are still open at 11:30 p.m. around here." No, this one is. It's still open," he said. "I don't care if it's still open because I don't want to go anywhere with you. I told you that. So why are you here still waiting?" "No, you don't understand." He looked like he was racking his brain for an excuse. What? What am I not understanding about you staring at me for the last 3 hours? No, you see, I'm an Uber driver," he answered. Of all the stupid excuses he could have picked, this was possibly the stupidest. Me, pretending to quote-unquote understand, I said, "Oh, okay, I get it. You've been waiting all this time for someone who ordered an Uber." Him, smiling, said, Yes. "And you were just going to leave them waiting while you took me to a restaurant then?" What happened next freaked me out more than anything else that night. As soon as I blew a hole through his piss-poor cover story, it was like he took off a mask. His smile disappeared, and his voice was deadly serious as he climbed back into his car and then said to me, "Okay, you will never see my face again." And then he drove off, fast. I just stood there, shook. I'd had plenty of creepy encounters while street performing, but not like this. It was impossible to convince myself that he was going to do anything besides abduct me. I was done after that. I decided to order an actual Uber home instead of walking, which cost about half of what I made in tips that night. In the back of that Uber, counting my cash, I realized that it was time to retire. The small amount of money I made during the daytime was not worth the effort, and the decent money I made at night was not worth the risk. I've since moved on to a new side hustle, and I also developed agoraphobia, which was really diagnosed because of this and other incidents like it. I hate leaving the house alone. I order most of my groceries and household supplies through DoorDash, and I have a job that's only 3 blocks away from my apartment. Still, on my walks to and from work, I find myself constantly checking my surroundings, using the reflection in the storefront windows to make sure that I'm not being followed. So, creepy guy in the beige SUV, I hope you keep your promise and that I never see your face again. This was in middle school. My teacher was absent one day, and this gym coach was substituting for him that day. I have seen him around the school before, and he has substituted for us a few times before. I was sitting on my desk, talking to my friend behind me and pretending to do my work. And for some reason, he decided to walk around the room to check if we were doing the assignment. So, I turned to my desk and I started writing. He goes one by everyone's desk, but then slows down once he reaches mine. He hovers over me, just staring down at my work, and I got nervous because I didn't want him calling me out. But for some reason, I felt his breath on me. It was heavy, which was really grossing me out. He was a frail, old-looking man, so I didn't think much of it. He walked really slowly and seemed harmless, but was very passive-aggressive when he spoke to all of us. I'd always get this weird, creepy vibe from him, but always thought that it was just me. A few months go by, and the rumor of him being fired circled around the school. I was curious, so I'd ask around to know what the tea was. Apparently, the same teacher that would sub for my class was fired. He was caught trying to touch the girls during practice and throughout the gym periods. He touched the girl, which was soon reported by the student. And he even got caught hiding in the crack of the door, watching the girls change in the locker room. He finally got caught while doing so, and he was soon fired and kicked out of the school. The news made it everywhere, even on the news, and it spread like wildfire. Thinking back on it now, it gives me chills to think that he would watch girls change, and thank goodness he got caught. You never know people's intentions. I'm a 22-year-old female, and back when I was in college, I used to party a lot. I used to go out with the girls to drink or hang out at large get-togethers where I didn't even know the name of the person whose house I was at. Looking back at it, it's not my proudest time, but at least I can say that I lived it up in my early 20s. The night was just like most weekends, at a bar getting wasted with the girls, and we had just finished our midterm exams and we were celebrating the fact that we survived it. We spent the first bit of the night comforting one of my friends, Mary, who didn't think that she did great on the test. But after a while, we managed to get her to open up and we were enjoying our night. At around 1:30 in the morning, we decided to all go home because we were past the point of feeling good drinking and closer to passing out. So we all called rides to get us home. Me and my friend Priya lived nearby, so we decided to only call one cab and I would just get dropped off at my house before the cab drove to the dorms. I lived a few blocks away from campus, so it made sense to carpool since we were both going the same way. Our cab came relatively quickly, and after saying our goodbyes, me and Priya went into the cab. Our driver was a guy who looked to be in his early 40s, with very short brown hair and wearing a plaid shirt. When the door opened up, he looked back at us and said, "Well, hello ladies, where can I take you?" Priya told him to go to the university, while I managed to slur out the words to tell him to drop me off a few blocks before that. "Alrighty then," he said, his smile never leaving his face. He put the car in drive and then pulled out, but didn't put the meter on. At first, I thought he forgot, which in my drunk mind meant that the ride was free. But after a while of driving in the direction of the university, it took a turn into a residential area. Excuse me," I said, needing to take some stops in between words to avoid throwing up. The university is that way." I point back to the road we were at before. "You girls are university students, right?" the driver said. "You'd probably get in trouble stumbling around campus after drinking so much, so I'm taking you somewhere to sleep it off." "We would?" Priya said, looking surprised. "But I do it all the time," she drunkenly admitted, the alcohol clearly confusing her. I, on the other hand, was fully aware of the situation now. She can just go to my place, I piped up quickly. It's just before the university. You can stop there and you can let us out there. As I said this, my heart beat faster in my chest. This guy's intentions were clear, and it wasn't to get us to our destination like any normal cab driver. I stared at the man in quiet horror when he shook his head, that same 6 smiles still on his face, and said, "I've got a better place where you two ladies can stay at," he said, as he continued driving, every second farther away from our route home. "No, thank you," I said. "My dad will be expecting us back soon and he'll be really upset otherwise." As I say that, I reach into my back pocket, my eyes locked on him. We matched gazes through the rearview mirror, and I froze, just staring at him, hoping that he would let us go. "I'm sure he wouldn't mind," the man said, and just as he did, he glanced at me before looking back to the road. In that split second, his eyes were off of me, and I took my chance. "Hey Siri, call my dad." The driver pulled over instantly and turned around to face us, trying to grab at my phone. Priya, finally understanding the situation, kicked him back as I held it as far away from the man as possible. We both screamed as the tussle continued for a few moments, until the call connected, and we all went silent as we did. "Hello?" It was my dad's voice. I was sobbing while I held onto the phone. I threw open the car door, and then Priya and I started to run. My father was still on the line, asking what was going on while we sobbed. And looking back, the man didn't come out of his vehicle. Instead, the door closed before the lights came back on, and the car drove away quickly. I started to explain what had happened to my father as I cried, and me and Priya hugging each other for support. Our throats ached from the bawling. After a few minutes, my father showed up in his pickup truck alongside 2 police cars. I hardly acknowledged the cops as I ran into my father's arms and into safety. His arms closed around me as I started to cry all over again. He reassured me that I was safe now, and then the officers walked forward and introduced themselves. They took us to the station, and then we filed a report. They assured me that the man wouldn't be too hard to find, and they did end up catching him. While he did spend some time in jail, it was only for 9 months. I'm sure he's somewhere out there now, maybe even doing the same thing that he tried to do to me and Priya. But I will remember his face for as long as I live, and I hope that I never see it again. I'm a 25-year-old female from England. This started about 5 months ago, and first, it was quite a pleasant interaction, but it slowly got worse and more creepy. It started about October to November. I noticed that my wing mirror on my car had been put inwards. I park a street away from my house, so I have a short walk to it, and my house is also on the main road with one driveway, and my parents park on the drive. I asked my mother if this was her doing, as it was a thoughtful thing to do. She refused, and my father also said that it wasn't him. So I thought that it was just a kind or thoughtful person that did it. After all, where I park has a lot of older people, and they always say good morning to me when I set off to work. This continues for the months onwards. I asked a couple older people on the street, and they said that it wasn't them either. So I just continued going to work and didn't notice anything else until the winter weather got worse. December 2023 was when the weirdness continued. The frost kicked in and the snow started on occasions. Since I set off from work at 7 a.m., it can be frosty at that time, and I would need to de-ice my car. About mid-December, I remember running late for work and it was around 7:15 a.m. and I still had not de-iced my car. So I was doing a careful rush to my car as it was very cold and icy. Only to get there and see that it had been de-iced for me. I was confused and a little happy, but also shaken. It was a really strange feeling. Again, I asked my parents and anyone that I saw on the side street. It wasn't any of them. My mom laughed and said, "Oh, you might have a secret admirer." Well, it's like she was a fortune teller. The de-icing of my car happened a few more times on very icy days. From January onwards is when it got strange to the point that I started parking elsewhere. About the end of January, the start of February 2024, I saw what I can only describe as homemade food left on top of my car. Don't worry, I didn't eat anything. I ended up throwing these away once I got to work. But I found the situation was getting beyond strange. Around the same time, the first letter/note was left. It was written in what I would describe as a doctor's handwriting. It was basically asking if I enjoyed being treated like, and I quote, "the princess that I deserve to be treated like." I brought this home and I showed my parents, and they didn't like this at all. My dad said he was going to start parking on the street so I can park on the drive for a while. I said that that would be a good idea. However, if this person was looking for my car, then he would know which house was mine. My dad agreed, but also pointed out that he or she may have already been watching me and may actually already know where I live. He stated that the main thing was me walking home from my car to the house at 8:15 p.m. He stated that he would sort the situation out if anything happened. I questioned possibly going to the police, and he stated that they would just laugh at us without any proof. He was right, we didn't have anything, and I didn't like the idea of parking back on the street, so I didn't. Now it's April, and I stopped parking on the drive a few weeks ago, and now I've started parking on a different street, but still close to my house. Nothing has happened since February, and I hope that it doesn't, as it was starting to get worse. Do I have a stalker? Or is someone just trying to mess with me? I don't know. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer it as much as I can. So one day, I took the bus as usual to get home, and this guy sitting next to me gets off at the same bus stop. I know pretty much all the neighborhood people, and I don't think I ever saw anyone of his nationality. During the way home, I was on the phone speaking another language. So this guy, after we get down from the bus, makes a sound to get my attention and then asks me where I'm from. I should have just walked away, but in this situation, I got scared and I didn't act rationally. So I answered him, then he asked me where I live, and I tell him that I live here without pointing exactly to my house. But then, he proceeds to ask me if he can get some with me. At that point, I started to laugh hysterically and I keep telling him that I have a boyfriend. I know, I should have just threatened him that I would call the police or something, but I got scared and I didn't want him to turn violent for not telling him what he wanted to hear. I tried to leave, but then he followed me. So I stopped to confront him, and he wants to give me a hug and say that I'm so beautiful. I kept replying that I can't and I don't want to which he then offers to just shake my hands, which I nervously agree just to get out of the situation. After that, I then changed paths and hoped that he wouldn't watch me get home, and then I returned back after. Should I learn how to stop acting like a total idiot in these situations? Yes. But should I be concerned? if you will begin to stalk me? Christmas Eve dinner at Burger King. Sounds innocent enough, right? Not my first choice, but I had to work late, and it being Christmas Eve, it looked to be my best choice. I got finished working at 9 and I had some coupons for Burger King, so that made my decision for me. When I got there, I noticed that it was still open, but the dining room was shut down. So the only way that I could get something is if I went through the drive-thru. The only problem is, I don't have a car. I tried to walk up to the drive-thru and place my order, but the compassionate young lady working the drive-thru wasn't having it. She told me that if I didn't have a vehicle, then I could not use the drive-thru. I became rather aggravated and began saying things that I'm not proud of. At this moment, an older woman wearing a shining armor appeared on the scene and offered me to jump in her car and to order my food. At first, I turned her down, not wanting to be a bother, but after some convincing, I decided to accept her help. After ordering my food, it took so long to get it that I missed my bus and I just got upset. The nice woman offered me a ride home, and I felt kind of put off by the offer, and I declined. But she was persistent, but at the same time nice, and then convinced me to take her offer. Mind you, I'm a 250-pound, 30-some man, so I really didn't feel that threatened by a 50-some woman. If the circumstances were different, I would not have taken the ride. After I told her where I lived, we proceeded to go home. About 5 minutes from my house, she made the wrong turn. I explained that I lived the other way and that she needed to turn around or let me out of here, and I will just walk the rest of the way. It was when that woman's demeanor changed, and she told me that she could not let me spend Christmas Eve alone and that she was taking me to her house. I told her that I needed to get home immediately to let my dog out and that I would be fine. The woman then tried to entice me with cocaine and liquor at her place, but since I'm in recovery, I told her that I wasn't interested. She refused to turn around or to let me out and then started to drive strangely, not stopping at stop signs. I'm not gonna lie, my mind was racing and I began to sweat. I knew that I could physically overpower this woman, but what awaited me at her house? I also felt bad about hurting her after all of the kindness, but I had to get away before her house and I didn't know where that was. So, I did not know how much time I had. Then all of a sudden, the car in front was stopped at a stop sign and across from it another was stopped also. She had to slow down to almost a stop at this point. And this is where I made my break. I jumped out with the car still moving, leaving my food in the car, and I took off running. As I was running away, she stopped and got out of her car and began trying to talk to me into getting back into her car with her. That just wasn't an option. I don't know what her motives were or who she was, but I knew that I wasn't willing to risk my life over it. I ran all the way home and made sure that I wasn't followed. What would have happened to me if it was 2 years earlier and I was still doing drugs and drinking? Her offer of cocaine and booze would have probably worked on me. Kidnapping, murder, sex trafficking, organ trade, or I don't know. Being a man, the thought of the vulnerability most women face every day was so foreign to me, and now I understand the fear most women face. I really feel this nice woman had a nefarious purpose, and that I just so happened to be the perfect victim of the opportunity. Does anybody have any thoughts about this? That would be really appreciated. I never went to the cops because I felt that they may not believe me or they might look down on me for being scared. Should I place a police report? What if by me not reporting this, that someone else ends up getting hurt? Or am I just jumping the gun and conclusions? Yesterday, I celebrated my birthday and I invited my ex-girlfriend Emma because we're actually still really close friends. She took the train to get to me, which takes about 1 hour and a half and requires changing trains twice. She left around midnight and she should have been home around 1:30 to 1:45 a.m. Shortly after 1 a.m., she texted me about a weird dude following her after striking up an upsetting conversation with Emma about whether she was gay. And when she answered truthfully that no, she's just trans, hoping that he would go away if she was friendly enough, he went on about why she was trans even though she knew that it was satanic. He also told her that he'd already noticed her on the train that same morning, which just strikes me as especially creepy. She got off at a stop, intending to wait for her subway home. But then, he got off with her, and he wouldn't leave her alone. The next subway to her place wouldn't come for another 25 minutes, and that stop was deserted. She sent me multiple anxious voice messages until she eventually called me, borderline crying and panicking, saying that she had run away from the station and was now lost with little idea where she was and even less of an idea of how to get home, and her phone was on 8% battery. She didn't have any money to call a cab either. She said she couldn't go back to the station because this guy was presumably still there and he had followed her when she had tried to just take the next train in the direction that she had come from in an attempt to try and get away from him. I advised her to call the police, which she did, and they apparently came, took her statement, and then left again, leaving her there on the outskirts of a big city with still no idea how to get home. I told her to use Google Maps to just try and get home and try to save battery, but to update me periodically. She called me again a few minutes after, saying that she was 45 minutes on foot away from home, but had thankfully managed to reach her mother, and she was coming to pick Emma up from where she was. I stayed on the line with Emma until her mom got there. I am so angry. Emma already struggles with severe anxiety and agoraphobia. The fact that she managed to make it to my birthday party is an achievement for her, and this is not going to help her at all. Why do people like this exist? This story takes place in a very small town in the northeast region of the United States in the summer before I went off to college in 2015. After I graduated high school, my parents decided to move to a smaller, more affordable house about 45 minutes north into the mountains. We stayed in my childhood home because the public schools in my area were the best in the state, and my parents really valued my education. I ended up going off to an amazing university, and now I have an incredible career because of my excellent education. As most people in the US know, amazing public education usually means higher property taxes. My parents got to the point where they could not afford the taxes on their 4,000 square feet home anymore, and they decided to sell it just after I graduated from high school. Their home is humble, and it sits on a beautiful piece of land on the side of a beautiful mountain. The trees are always so green, and there is a lot of wildlife around. They don't have many neighbors either, as their driveway is about 1.5 miles long. But this is what they chose to live in after I went off to college. In August of 2015, we moved into this house. I wasn't planning on staying long as I was getting ready to head off to college as a freshman. We decided to have a little housewarming party with a bunch of family friends and my best friend at that time as well. My dad was manning the barbecue, my mom was making drinks, we were playing with our dogs. It was a really grand time and everyone had so much fun. My dad had built a brick fire pit in our backyard. And just to set the scene for you here, the fire pit was about 30 feet from our back patio door, and we had a picnic table and other seats all around. Behind the sitting was the tree line. It was so dark sometimes at night that you needed a flashlight to see 10 feet in front of you. With the fire pit lit, you couldn't see someone unless they were either sitting next to you or across from you in front of the pit. My best friend decided to stay the night, and we asked my dad if we could make s'mores. As it was getting a little chilly as it does in the late summer in the northeast at night, my parents left us outside with my dog, Nino. Nino was a huge 100-pound black lab/pit bull mix. He was such a loyal and incredible dog that my dad trained as his right hand. He was our protector, as he could run extremely fast, he was very strong, and he alerted us when something went bump in the night. Side note, he passed away a week before I got married in 2022. He was 17 years old and lived an adventurous life with my parents, hunting squirrels, laying out in the sun, and running amok. Nino laid in between us facing the tree line, and my best friend was to my right. Our backs were to the dark, dense tree line, which was our first mistake. We were laughing, joking, and eating s'mores together, planning for the future, and just generally excited about going off to college together. She decided to play some music, and we just relaxed there, feeling content and at ease. It was the perfect summer night. Until Nino started growling. I saw his ears perk up and his head cocked to the side. He then sat up and continued to growl. My best friend and I both looked at each other, thinking Nino just saw a stray animal or something that's really non-threatening. This area was known for lots of deer and rarely a coyote or wolf. As he was trained to help my dad hunt deer, we just assumed that it was a buck or fawn in the distance behind us. We went back to singing along to the music playing and talking about our fall 2015 class schedule. Again, Nino started growling. Our second mistake is that we did not call out for my dad. We didn't even think there was a problem until Nino started barking repeatedly. This time, louder and more vicious. He stood up and started barking as if alerting us to activity beyond the tree line that we couldn't see. We stood up as well, the fire obscuring our view. My best friend took her phone, paused the music, and then turned on her flashlight. She started to walk towards the edge of the tree line with Nino by her side, still growling and barking, alerting us to not go any further and to call for help. We stood still in silence, listening. I was too afraid to even breathe at this point. She started walking into the woods, and when she shined her flashlight, she saw a figure. Someone peering behind a tree, a man with a green shirt and green pants on, about 5'11" with glasses too. We screamed, and we ran as fast as we could inside, leaving the fire unattended and this creepy man behind the tree. What we did not know at that time is where this man came from. We crashed through our front door, breathless with Nino tailing behind us, and startled my mother who was washing dishes and cleaning up from the party. She was talking to my dad about something that they saw on the news, and I think we cut him off mid-sentence to explain that there was a man dressed in all green lurking behind a tree in the woods. We didn't know how long he was there or if he was still there, but we were both crying. I remember feeling extremely sick, like I was going to throw up. My dad jumped up, grabbed his shotgun and headlamp, and then ran outside with Nino. My mom gathered us into the living room, shut all of the lights in the house off, and then locked the doors. She told us to be quiet and that she was going to call 911. As she did that, my best friend and I shook in fear. We were anticipating gunshots and screaming, but we never heard any. My mom, now on the phone with 911, described what we saw to the operator. And I heard my mom say, "Oh," in an alarming way. It was at this point that my dad came back inside, and my mom let him know that the police were on their way to us. Being in a small town on the mountain with less than 10,000 people means that we don't get our own police force. We get the state police every time there is a call made to emergency responders. My dad put his gun away and waited outside for the police to show up. To our bewilderment, they didn't just send one police officer, but 10 and an entire SWAT team and a helicopter to circle the area. We were rightfully terrified. I was practically having a panic attack at this point. The police officers came inside our home and asked my best friend and me what the man was wearing, what he looked like, if they were able to discern any scars or tattoos, and we explained the weird matching green outfit and the glasses. The officer excused himself and alerted the police and SWAT members outside of our description. They started to search the woods behind our home with their guns drawn, flashlights, and the helicopter circling above. They advised us to stay inside and that they would let us know when or if they found something. And after about 25 minutes, we got another knock on our door. It was not one, but 2 officers this time. My dad let them in and they began to explain the situation. One officer explained that we must have seen on the news that a convicted felon from the prison, about 20 miles away, escaped into the mountains. The police set up a perimeter 10 miles around the prison, but the convict escaped them yet again. The outfit the man was wearing, as well as our description, signaled to them that the escaped convict was 100% lurking through our remote, densely wooded backyard that night. The all-green outfit was a standard issue for prisoners in my state then. They did not, however, find the man near us after 25 minutes of searching, so he was still out there. The officers let us know that they were going to have a squad car stay and watch our house for a few days, as they were unable to locate the fugitive and they believe that he is still an active threat to our safety. That night, and for 3 nights after that, we all slept in the living room together. My dad's shotgun was within arm's reach of him at all times. And later that week, we got another knock on our door from the officers stationed outside of our home. They let us know that the man was back in police custody and that we were all safe now. They advised us to get security cameras and how sorry they were that this happened to us. After that, my parents spent about $10,000 on security cameras and also fencing for our backyard. It is now all fenced in, and we have about 4 cameras to watch the tree line at all times. I guess you never know what will happen or what goes bump in the night. To the escaped convict and perhaps murderer who watched my best friend and I sing along to 2015 pop hits from your hidey hole behind my parents' isolated home, let's never meet again. Hi MCT. I'm so glad that I was finally able to send you my story. I hope that you are able to read it though. I'm Carla, a 35-year-old single mom living in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Ontario, Canada. I have 2 wonderful kids, Emma, who's 8, and Jack, who's 5. My life has been a roller coaster, but nothing prepared me for the nightmare that unfolded over the past few months. I want to share my story to hopefully warn others and maybe find some peace in the process. I was married to my ex-husband Mark for nearly 10 years. In the beginning, things were really good, but over time his behavior changed. He became controlling and eventually abusive. I tried to make it work for the sake of our children, but I couldn't put them or myself through it any longer. About a year ago, I filed for divorce after he shoved me during an argument. It was one of the hardest decisions that I have ever made, but I knew that it was the right one. For a while, things were relatively quiet. I focused on my kids and my job as a receptionist at the local medical clinic. Life started to feel normal again. But then, about 3 months ago, I started noticing Mark's car parked near my house. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. Maybe he was in the area, I told myself. But then it became more frequent. Every time that I left for work or came home, his car was there, parked a few houses down the street. One evening, I was putting Emma and Jack to bed when my phone buzzed. It was a message from an unknown number. It said, Carla, please talk to me. I miss you. We can make it work, you know? I felt a shiver run down my spine. I knew it was Mark. I ignored the message and I blocked the number, hoping that that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. The messages kept coming from different numbers. Some were desperate pleas for reconciliation, while others were much darker. Things like, if you don't talk to me, you'll regret it. And another one said, I'll make you pay for keeping my kids from me. I saved every message and showed them to the police, but they told me that there wasn't much that they could do unless he really does something to me or the kids. Crazy, right? Mark would be at my workplace more often now. He would sit in his car across the street, just watching the entrance. My coworkers noticed and asked if everything was okay. I didn't want to worry them, and it's really not their business, so I downplayed it. But inside, I was terrified. I couldn't focus on my work, constantly looking over my shoulder, waiting for him to show up. One day, I was leaving the clinic when I saw him standing by my car. My heart raced as I approached. Carla, please, just talk to me. I only want to see my kids, okay? He said, his voice a disturbing mix of anger and desperation. Mark, you need to leave. You're not supposed to be here, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He took a step closer, and I could feel the panic rising. You're making a mistake. We belong together, he said, his eyes narrowing. I managed to get into my car and lock the doors, and I drove straight to the police station and filed another report. They promised to increase patrols near my house and workplace, and they said that they would talk to him, but I still felt vulnerable. A few nights later, I was awoken by a noise downstairs. My heart pounded as I grabbed my phone and I crept out of bed. I could hear someone moving around in the living room. I dialed 911, whispering to the operator that someone was in my house. I silently went to check on Emma and Jack, who were thankfully still sound asleep. I locked us in the bedroom and waited, my heart in my throat. But now, I could hear Mark's voice. It was low and menacing as he was calling out for me. I heard his voice starting to get louder and louder, meaning he was getting closer. But the police arrived just in time, bursting through the front door and arresting him. He was taken away in handcuffs, screaming that he loved me and that I was ruining everything. The next day, I filed charges against him for breaking and entering and harassment, and that I wanted to get a restraining order. There's a court date set for next month and I'm scared, but I know that this is the right thing to do. My children and I deserve to live in peace without the constant fear of being watched or threatened. I'm sharing my story as a reminder to trust your instincts and take action if you are in a similar situation. No one deserves to live in fear. Be safe, everyone. I have no clue if this counts as sexual assault, but I gave it a content warning just to be sure. And just to clarify, these are two separate encounters in the same day and two different guys. It was a nice day out today and I didn't want to waste money on DoorDash, so I figured why not walk to a nearby restaurant. It's 20 minutes walking distance from my house and I wanted to get my steps in. I wore shorts and a shirt since it was 70 degrees that day. I made a pit stop at the smoke shop, and this was my first encounter with a guy who doesn't fucking understand the word no. He stops me as I'm passing by him and he asks what my name is. I tell him, and then he asks for my number, so I said, "Oh, no thank you, I'm not interested." But he then introduces himself and tells me how old he is, then asks for my number again. I repeat once again, "No thank you, I'm not interested." And he's still persistent. Then he finally asked to put his number in my phone. I figured that he can put his number in and I can block him when I get home. I just wanted him to leave me alone, so I let him put his number in and he then tells me to have a good day and we go our separate ways. I tell my boyfriend about this encounter and he tells me that I should have gave the guy his number instead. I make my way to the restaurant. As I'm passing some street, I'm walking briskly trying to get there and back, and this guy notices me. I didn't even have to look at him to feel it. I did not have to even turn around to feel his eyes watching me. I did not have to turn around to know that he got in his car and started following me as I walked. It's almost like my body was alerting me of this rather than my brain did, because I was not comprehending the situation at all. I turn my headphones down and I hear him yelling after me, "Yo!" repeatedly trying to get my attention. I just ignore him and I keep walking. But this is when he gets in his car and starts following me, still trying to get my attention. He then pulls his car in front of me, kind of blocking my path. I see him in front of me and I get a sick feeling inside, one that I won't ever forget. And then this guy waves at me in the creepiest way possible, like a predator catching his prey or something. He then tries to get me to come to his car, and I shake my head and wave him off, and I'm saying, "No thank you, I'm not interested." And then he mumbles all kinds of shit like, "Ah, you're so beautiful. What's your name? Are you in a relationship?" And all kinds of bullshit like that. I'm frozen for a second looking at him. But then, I look down and I see that his dick is out. He just has it in his hand and wiggling it around. I see this, and immediately my legs start moving without my brain having to tell them to. Literally as if they had a mind of their own. I remember my mind going completely blank, and I didn't register this encounter as danger until I was walking away, reaching in my bag for my pepper spray, and my hand shaking to call my boyfriend, but I did not stop moving. Luckily, the guy sped off and didn't follow me after. I made it to the restaurant, but I was too scared to walk back home, so I called an Uber. This has never happened to me before. I know it doesn't seem like much, but the whole thing was terrifying, and I keep thinking back on how my life could have been drastically altered in that moment in so many ways. Luckily, my body reacted way before my brain did, and I got myself the hell out of there without even thinking about it. Every time I think about it, my heart starts racing. I didn't get his license plate because I was literally just so shocked and was just focused on getting to a safe area away from him. I wish I would have stayed home and ate my cereal. I'm scared to even walk anywhere else, even across the street like I usually do. This literally ruined everything for me. Just a reminder of how you're never truly safe, no matter where you are. Please be careful and pay attention to your surroundings, and don't give these weirdos the time of day. I just saw a TikTok about how certain butterflies mean certain things. And now that I think about it, I kept seeing a white butterfly in my backyard outside my room window before I left. Then, I had another one following me as I was walking from the smoke shop, but I didn't think much of it at that time because, I don't know, they said it means ancestors watching over you, but who knows really. My point still stands though. Pay attention to what and who is around you. My name is not important for this story, but know that I'm a 30-year-old freelance illustrator living in a cozy apartment complex in the heart of the city of Cebu. For those who don't know, Cebu is located in the Philippines. My building is full of quirky characters, but it always felt safe for a single woman like me. Until recently. I want to share my story here in the hope that it might help someone else. I moved into my apartment about a year ago, and it's been my little sanctuary ever since. The building is old but charming, with creaky wooden floors and lots of natural light. My neighbors seem friendly enough, especially Mr. Rodrigo. He's the elderly man who lived across the hall from me. He was always helpful, offering to carry my groceries or water my plants when I traveled for work. He was a retired professor from a university here that I know of. I thought he was just a sweet old man looking out for me, but I was so wrong. A few months ago, I started noticing little things out of place in my apartment. At first, it was small stuff. My keys moved from one spot to another. A book that I didn't remember taking off the shelf suddenly just appearing on my coffee table. I chalked it up to my own forgetfulness. Freelancing can be hectic, and I often work late into the night, so I assumed that I was just tired and I was losing track of things. But then I started finding small gifts around my apartment, a bouquet of flowers on my kitchen counter, a box of chocolates on my coffee table. I didn't think much of it though. I just assumed that they were from a friend or an admirer who had somehow gotten access to my apartment. I know. I should have been freaking out and calling the police or something, but I genuinely didn't want to think negatively about the situation. Maybe I was just naive, I guess. But when I ask around, none of my friends or coworkers or even family members claim responsibility. One of my friends said, "Kahadlok ana oy. Unsa pala gipanghilabtan ana niya sa imong balay? Pag-ilis og lock." Which translates to, "That's so scary. Imagine the things that person touches in your house. Go change your locks." And that's when the unease began to set in. One evening, I came home from a late-night illustration session at a nearby cafe to find my door slightly ajar. My heart raced as I pushed it open, half expecting to find a burglar inside. But there was no one. Instead, I found a beautifully wrapped gift box on my dining table. Inside was a delicate silver bracelet with a small note that says, "To you with love." I was terrified. Someone had been in my apartment again, and I had no idea who. I called the building management the next day, but they dismissed my concerns, saying that there was no sign of forced entry and it was probably just a prank. That's just horrible management. So That's when I decided to take matters into my own hands. I bought a small, discreet camera and I set it up in my living room, pointing towards the front door. A few days later, I went out for a late night walk, leaving the camera recording. When I returned, everything seemed normal. But when I reviewed the footage, my blood ran cold. There, clear as day, Mr. Rodrigo using a spare key to enter my apartment. He walked around, touching my things, leaving another small gift on my coffee table. And the most chilling part was how calm and methodical he seemed, as if he had done this so many times before. Where he got a copy of my key, I have no idea. I took the footage to the police, who were also shocked and took immediate action. Mr. Rodrigo was arrested and charged with trespassing and harassment. He was also evicted from the apartment complex. And for a brief moment, I felt a sense of relief, but it was short-lived. Despite Mr. Rodrigo's arrest, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My apartment, which had once been my haven, now felt like a prison to me. I wanted to move out, but I couldn't afford to break my lease. Freelancing doesn't pay much, and I had already stretched out my budget to secure this place. So I just stayed, constantly looking over my shoulder and jumping at every little noise. Mr. Rogers' trial is set for next month, and I'm preparing to testify, of course. I hope that seeing justice served will bring me some peace, but I can't help but worry. What if he comes back? What if he finds another way to get to me? The fear is always there, lurking in the back of my mind. I'm telling my story here as a warning. Be careful who you trust, even if they seem harmless. And if something doesn't feel right, trust your instincts. I wish I had acted sooner, before things escalated to this point. My youngest son is autistic and 5 years old. It's very obvious that he's autistic. He constantly stims with his hands, rocks back and forth, and doesn't respond to communication. He's a Gestalt language processor, so he repeats catchphrases that only I can understand. For instance, he will say "whittle wobbles" when he has a hole in his sock. Saturday, I took him and my daughter, who's 8, to the park. A man probably in his mid to late 30s was there, with who he said was his niece. Her and my daughter hit it off, so he came over to talk to me. My son is in his own little world, but playing on the equipment from time to time, and he hits himself in the head, so I constantly have to redirect him. The man asks if my son is autistic, and I say yes. He then asked when he was diagnosed, and I told him at the age of 2, almost 3. He asked if he's in regular classes or special needs, and I don't answer him right away because I'm getting uncomfortable. He can tell, and he responds with, "See, I think my nephew is autistic and he's 3. So I let my guard down a little, which was the wrong decision. I tell him that he's in a special needs class. He asks what school because he wants to know options for his nephew. I hesitated, and I then tell him the 4 schools in the district that offer a special needs class, not specifying which school my son goes to. Then, he asks if my son runs off a lot. I just reply sometimes, and he notices the GPS tracker on my son's ankle. He asks how well that tracks him, and if he ever tries to take it off. At this point, I realize that this is not a conversation I want to have. I then tell him that I am not comfortable talking to him about this anymore. He responds with, "Oh, I'm just concerned about my nephew." I tell him not all autistic children are the same and that he should get him evaluated. I call my daughter over, who is now upset because she was having fun playing with a little girl, and then I pick up my son and then we go to the car. I'm just watching him as we leave and he's just staring at us. My daughter asked why we had to go, and I tell her that we have to go home and do stuff around the house. She's very intuitive, and then she asked, "Is it because of that girl's stepdad?" I asked her why she thinks he was her stepdad, and she said that the little girl told her that he was her mom's boyfriend. I asked what else she said about him. She tells me that the little girl said, "He likes to talk to girls like your mom, and it makes my mom mad." I then ask if there was anything else, and she tells me that the girl said she was glad she met my daughter because she's an only child and doesn't get to play with other kids except at school. She also tells me that the little girl asked for her phone number and wanted to see her again soon. This man was lying to me. For what reason, I don't know. I can only assume to make it seem like he was single. But it could be more sinister than that, though. I have no idea. I immediately call the police and tell them everything. They get my info and say that they are sending an officer to the park. And by the time the officer got to the park, maybe a couple hours later, they were, of course, gone. I give the dispatcher a description, the man and the little girl's first names, and what I think he was driving since it was just us there, so I assume that it was his vehicle in the lot. They then tell me that they will call if they need any more information. A lesson learned. I'm almost certain that he took advantage of my willingness to help another autistic person to try to get information about my son or about me. Update. The man has been found and arrested. My brother shared my story with his friend, who is a sheriff's deputy in the county to the south of me. They had gotten similar reports about a man matching the same description. One report included him allegedly trying to lure a disabled toddler away from his mother at a trampoline park. They had a video and his license plate this time. My brother's friend sent me the guy's mugshot and asked if this was the man. And it was the man. My brother's friend was investigating the trampoline park incident, but since it was a different county, he didn't know of my report until my brother shared it with him. I asked about the girl that was with him, and he couldn't tell me anything other than she's safe. They arrested him in a county almost 2 hours away from me yesterday. I found out his full name, and I looked up all his charges. He had a warrant in the state to the north of me for so many things, including stalking, violating a protective order, and child endangerment. And now, new charges due to the trampoline park incident. Since nothing technically illegal happened in my situation, he won't have charges brought against him for that. But my story may be needed for his case. I'm not a lawyer or law enforcement, so I don't know specifics on how or why, but maybe to show a trend of his behavior? Or maybe targeting disabled children. When I find out more, I'll update it here. But parents, trust your instincts. I know some comments think I went too far calling the police, but in this case, I am confident now that I did not. Who knows how many times he may have done this, but it went unreported. Hi everyone, my name is Emily, and I'm 16 years old. I live in a small picturesque town in Pacific Northwest where towering evergreen trees line the streets, and the air always smells fresh and crisp. My town is the kind of place where everyone knows each other and it's usually very safe. I have a part-time job at a local diner, which is about a 15-minute walk from my house. Despite my busy schedule, I always look forward to the walk home. It was my time to unwind, enjoy the cool evening air, and clear my head after a shift. The route I take home is pretty straightforward. I leave the diner, cut through a small park that's well lit by street lamps, and then I walk through a residential area filled with cozy houses, manicured lawns, and the occasionally friendly neighbor waving hello. I've always felt safe walking home even at night, and it's become a routine that I cherish. One evening after my shift ended at around 9 p.m., I started my usual walk home. The sun had set, but the streets were illuminated by the soft glow of the streetlights. As I left the park and entered the residential area, I noticed a man walking a short distance behind me. He was tall and lanky, wearing a dark hoodie with a hood up, jeans, and some worn-out sneakers. His hands were shoved deep into his pockets, and his head was slightly lowered, making it hard to see his face. At first, I really didn't think much of it. People walked their dogs or went for evening strolls all the time in my neighborhood. But as I continued down the street, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was getting closer to me. I quickened my pace, hoping he would just continue on his way. But then he matched my speed. My heart started to race and I could feel the panic rising in me. I tried to stay calm and rationalize the situation. Maybe he was just going the same way I was. Maybe he wasn't following me at all. But my instincts were screaming at me to be cautious. I turned a corner hoping to lose him, but he was still there trailing behind me. My mind raced with thoughts of what to do. Should I run? Should I scream? I didn't want to overreact, but every instinct was telling me that I was in danger. As I walked faster, I noticed the man closing the distance between us. I could feel his eyes on me, and it sent chills down my spine. Suddenly, he called out and said, "Hey, wait up! I just want to talk to you." His voice was rough and unsettling. I didn't respond and I just kept moving, but he persisted. He said, "Hey, don't be scared. I just want to ask you something." Panic surged through me, and I decided to make a break for it. I sprinted down the street, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear his footsteps quickening behind me. I darted through a narrow alley, hoping to shake him off, but he followed still, his breathing heavy and labored. I emerged from the alley and found myself in another residential street, but it was quieter and there were fewer streetlights. I looked around desperately for help, but the houses were dark and no one seemed to be outside. I spotted a convenience store at the end of the street and I made a beeline for it, hoping that it was still open. As I neared the store, I glanced over my shoulder and I saw the man still pursuing me, his face now visible under the streetlights. His eyes were wild and his mouth was twisted into a sinister grin. I burst into the convenience store, startling the cashier who was stocking shelves. "Please, help me! Someone's following me!" I gasped, my voice trembling. The cashier quickly locked the door and called the police. I hid behind the counter, peeking out to see if the man was still there. He had stopped outside the store, staring through the windows with a look of frustration. After a few tense moments, he turned and then walked away, disappearing into the night. The police arrived shortly afterward, and I gave them a description of the man and what had happened. They promised to patrol the area more frequently and advised me to be cautious. My parents were contacted, and then they came to pick me up. I could see the worry in their eyes as they hugged me tightly, and I felt a mix of relief and lingering fear. For weeks, I was terrified to walk home alone. My parents arranged for someone to pick me up after my shifts, and I couldn't help but look over my shoulder everywhere I went. The man never showed up again, but the fear remained. I kept seeing his face in my mind, and the memory of his sinister grin haunted me. One night, I was closing up at the diner when I noticed a familiar figure standing across the street. My blood ran cold as I recognized the man who had followed me. He was leaning against a lamppost, casually smoking a cigarette, his eyes fixed on the diner. I quickly locked the door and then called my dad, who told me to stay put and that he was on his way. As I waited, I tried to keep an eye on the man without drawing attention to myself. He seemed more relaxed this time, almost as if he was toying with me. My dad arrived within minutes, and the man disappeared again before the police could be called. The following day, my parents and I went to the police station to update the report. The officers assured us that they would increase their patrols, but there wasn't much that they could do without more information. I felt helpless and frustrated, but I knew I had to be strong and vigilant. I changed my routine, taking different routes home and always making sure that I was with someone I trusted. My friends and coworkers were supportive, and they helped me feel more secure. I also started carrying pepper spray and took a self-defense class to feel more prepared. Despite these precautions, I just couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I saw a shadow or heard footsteps behind me, my heart would race and I'd be on high alert. I became more cautious about what I shared on social media, not wanting to give away any information about my whereabouts. One Saturday evening, I decided to meet up with a group of friends at a local cafe. It was a rare night off and I wanted to enjoy myself and try to forget about the man who had been stalking me. We laughed and chatted, and for a while, I felt like a normal teenager again. As the night wore on, I excused myself to go to the restroom. But when I came back, I noticed the man sitting alone at a table near the entrance. It was him! My heart pounded in my chest and I felt a wave of nausea. He was watching me with that same sinister grin, and I knew that I had to leave. I whispered to my friends that I needed to go, and they quickly gathered their things to come with me. We left the cafe together and I could feel his gaze burning into my back as we walked away. One of my friends suggested that we go to their house instead, which was nearby, and then call the police from there. As we walked, I glanced over my shoulder and saw the man trailing us behind at a distance. My friends noticed it too, and we quickened our pace, trying to lose him in the maze of residential streets. We turned corner after corner, hoping that he would give up, but he persisted. We finally reached my friend's house and then rushed inside, locking the door behind us. We peered out the window to see if he was still following, but he had vanished once again. We called the police and they arrived shortly afterward to take our statements and then search the area, but again and again, they could not find any trace of him. The police advised me to be extra cautious and to change my routines as much as possible. They promised to keep an eye on the area and follow up on any leads. I felt a sense of relief knowing that they were taking my situation seriously, but the fear still lingered. With the support of my friends, family, and the police, I began to regain some sense of normalcy. I continued to work at the diner, but I always made sure someone was with me when I walked home or went out. The memory of the man's sinister grin still haunted me, but I refused to let it control my life. Months passed, and although I never saw the man again, I remained vigilant. I shared my experience with others to raise awareness and remind them to trust their instincts and stay safe. The fear may never completely go away, but I've learned to be stronger and more cautious because of it. Always trust your instincts. It's easy to dismiss your fears, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Hi everyone. This is something that happened to me that has deeply shaken me, but I would like to get it off my chest, so here it goes. I'm Lisa, and I'm using a fake name, but I'm a 22-year-old social media influencer. I live in an upscale home in a quiet neighborhood. I don't want to share the location or even an idea of where it is because I'm just scared. My life might have looked perfect online, but the truth is far from it. I wanted to share my story to remind everyone to be careful about what they share or post online and who they trust. I started my social media journey a few years ago, posting about beauty tips, fashion, and just the daily life because I was very interested in those things. I think I got it from my mom, and if this situation didn't happen to me, I would have loved to share my account with you, but now I can't. I started small, of course, but my following grew rapidly, and I started to make a decent living from sponsorships and ads. It was a dream come true to be able to do the things I love and to earn from it at the same time. But it also came with its downsides. The constant pressure to post, the invasive questions from followers, and, as I would come to learn, the risk of attracting the wrong kind of attention. About 10 months ago, I started noticing strange messages in my DMs on Instagram. At first, they were harmless compliments and questions, but one user, his name was Alex, stood out. His messages were more frequent, and he seemed to know a lot about my life. I checked his account, and he doesn't seem like a bot or something like that. He had like 3 photos of himself on there, and the rest were random shots. He was a guy who looked to be in his late 30s to his early 40s. He had dark hair and a chunky build. He looked to be around 6 foot tall. I assumed that he was just a dedicated fan and didn't think much of it, so I just ignored his messages. That was my first mistake. Things escalated when I received a message from Alex saying, "I saw you at the coffee shop today. You looked even more beautiful in person." My blood ran cold. I hadn't posted about going to the coffee shop that day. I was about to, of course, but how did he know? I brushed it off as a coincidence, thinking maybe he saw me there because he was getting his coffee too. But deep down, I was feeling uneasy. A week later, I come home to find a bouquet of roses on my doorstep. There was no note on it, but I had a sinking feeling it was from Alex. I'm not sure why. I posted a thank you message on my socials, also addressing this mystery person who gave it, hoping that it was from a friend or from a brand, and that I just made a mistake thinking it was from Alex. But that night, I received a message from Alex saying, "Did you like the roses? I know they're your favorite." Panic then set in. I had never mentioned my favorite flowers online, or maybe I did, but I don't remember. But the issue is, how did he know my address? Out of all the things that I post, my address was not one of it. I decided to ignore Alex's messages, hoping that he would just lose interest and just stop. But that only seemed to make him more persistent. The messages became more intense, ranging from declarations of love to threats like, "If you don't respond to me, I will come to your house again." One message read. Another said, "You can't ignore me forever, Lisa." This really disturbed me. I showed the messages to my friends and my family, who urged me to go to the police, and I tried to file a report, but without knowing who Alex really was and not having enough proof, as they said, there wasn't much they could do. I felt trapped. I didn't want to leave my house at all or share any information about me online. So I stopped posting stories and photos and many more. I just wanted to crawl into a wall and hide in my room. One late afternoon, I had to go out and buy some supplies and groceries. I asked my mom to meet me at the store because I didn't want to be there by myself. Nothing happened the whole day though, and I started to relax. When it was time to go home, it was dark, but I felt a bit confident, so I didn't ask my mom to accompany me, and I assured her that I would be fine for the night. But when I got home, I saw a note taped on my door and it read, "I'm inside. Come and find me, Lisa." I ran back to my car and I locked it. My heart raced as I dialed 911 and my hands were shaking so badly that I could barely hold the phone. The operator stayed on the line with me until the police arrived. They searched the house and they found Alex hiding in my basement. He was arrested, and after some investigation, the police told me that he had been following me for months, not just online, but physically, and that he was tracking my every move through my social media post. Alex's arrest brought some relief, but I just couldn't shake the fear. I decided to quit from social media, find another job, and just focus on my well-being. I moved in with a friend for a while, but I couldn't afford to break my lease, so eventually I had to return home. I'm still in therapy trying to cope with the anxiety and fear that lingers, but I'm sharing my story here as a warning. Be mindful of what you share online and who you interact with. It's easy to forget that not everyone has good intentions. And to Alex, who stalked me and messed up my life, you took away my peace of mind, and I will continue to fight every day to get it back. So, let's not meet ever again. I used to work at a certain 24-hour diner that serves waffles. The House of Waffles, if you will. And honestly, it was probably one of the best jobs that I have ever had. I worked the night shift, and the manager on that shift was super laid back. So as long as we kept the line clean and the customers happy, we were pretty well allowed to do whatever we wanted. Of course, within reason. On the night where this happened, it was a rather busy and stressful night, which did happen from time to time. I just come off my shift, so it was around 3 in the morning, I believe. And after having served about 150 waffles that night, I was pretty well ready to get home and then go to bed. The employee parking lot was a small cramped space off to the back of the diner. It was large enough for only a few cars, and if you worked a full shift, you usually had to park in the front of the building. I had gotten one of the closer spots in the back lot. It was a bit tucked off at the side and a bit darker than the rest of the lot. But it felt secure enough. Plus, it was an employee lot, so it was surely safer than being out in the main lot with everyone else, right? Yeah, that was the night that I learned that was completely wrong. As I approached my car, keys in hand, ready to hit the unlock button, hop in and then head home, I noticed something odd. There was another car that was haphazardly parked in the employee lot. Like they weren't parked in the lot, but off to the side and behind another person's car. I paused and I sort of stared at it for a moment, thinking that it was really strange. As I was staring at it, I heard the engine turn over and the headlights kicked on. I just kind of thought that it was someone doing something that they probably shouldn't have been. And they saw me and realized that it wasn't as hidden as they thought. I shrugged it off, thinking that they would just go ahead and leave, and I kept on toward my car. As I got to my car, I reached my hand in my pocket to grab my phone, only to realize that I didn't have it. I had accidentally left it inside. I huffed a bit at my stupidity, shut my door, and started back toward the back entrance of the restaurant. As I was walking back, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the man getting out of his car that was now sitting there idling. I only saw him out of the corner of my eye, but I knew that he was there. I knew that he was walking toward me, and I was now extremely nervous. I picked up my pace, but the man started shouting for me to hold on, that he wanted to talk to me. He was, unfortunately, faster than I was, and he caught up to me, grabbing my arm. As he grabbed me, I started screaming and I reached out and banged on the back of the door as hard as I could, trying to pull away from his grip. I kept screaming and trying to hit or kick the door to get anyone's attention, but he kept pulling me away from the door, and I was near certain that this was the end for me. This guy was going to get me in his car and then drive off. Thankfully, that wasn't what happened, and my banging on the door was enough to catch the attention of our cook. To describe our cook is to describe the most intimidating man that I have ever seen, though, knowing him, I know that he's also the most kind-hearted giant ever. Andre was a 6.5-foot tall man that had to be around 300 pounds, and while Andre had a bit of fat on him from eating the food at our diner, he also liked to hit the weights, and under that slight chubbiness was a ton of muscle. So when he threw the door open and was holding a hammer and then came out shouting at the man that had a hold of me, we both jumped. The man took one look at Andre, let me go, and then made a mad dash back towards his car. Andre took off toward the car as the guy started to reverse out as fast as he could. I then witnessed what was probably the most terrifying thing that I have ever seen. I watched as Andre pulled his arm back and threw the hammer at the windshield. And I swear, that hammer went through the damn glass and hit the guy in the face. It definitely broke it. If not all the way, he now had a massive crushed spot on the windshield. The guy gunned it and took off out the parking lot, leaving me standing there behind Andre, who I now considered my savior. He asked me if I was okay, took me back inside, and then we contacted the police. This was the day that we all learned that the cameras in the back lot, the employee lot, didn't work. They had apparently stopped working at some point in the last year, and the owner never bothered to get them fixed. He did though after this, but it was a little too late for that. I was given a few days off after this, and when I came back, I was told to park in the closest spot, and the manager implemented a new rule that no one was allowed to walk to their cars alone. Someone had to, at the very least, be at the door and watch them get in their car at the end of the shift. I don't work there anymore. Andre does, and he's officially my best friend at this point because that man most likely saved my life. And watching him throw a hammer through a windshield was something else. I have no idea if they caught the guy, but I never heard from them. If nothing else, hopefully Andre scared the hell out of them, and they learned their lesson. Hi everyone. I've been thinking about sharing this experience for a while now, but I never knew where to share it or even if it's worth sharing. I think on the surface of it, it's probably not that creepy, but it was the first time in my life where I got that, "Oh, this doesn't feel right," feeling in my gut. I was about 5 or 6 years old when this happened, and I'm 31 now, but I remember it as clear as day. For some background, I lived at the time in a small cul-de-sac in England. At the end of our road was a row of shops, and often people would park at the end of the road when there is no parking outside the shops. There was a row of terraced houses with a patch of grass outside, and on this grass there was a small wall that had a sign on it, just saying that it was private parking beyond that point. This day, a friend and I, both young girls, were sat on this wall, facing the end of the road, just chatting and people watching. While we were sat there, a red car parks at the end of the road on the right-hand side, probably about 10 meters or so away. A man then gets out of the car, and he's slightly older than middle age from what I can remember. Immediately, the second that he gets out of the car, before he even takes a single step, he gets out a camera and then takes a photo of us sat on the wall. Now, this is the late 90s, so this is just a disposable camera. After that, he starts walking across the road, and as he gets halfway across the road, he stops, and then he takes another photo of us, and then he keeps going. As soon as he gets to the pavement on the other side of the road, he again stops and takes another photo. Then, he continues walking in the direction of the shops. I remember asking my friend what he was doing, but I can't really remember anything else about what we said. I think we just shrugged it off and kept talking about whatever that it was we were talking about before. A little while goes by, and then the man returns. And then he does it again. He stops on the pavement right before crossing the road and takes a photo of us. He keeps walking, gets halfway across the road, and takes another photo of us. He then keeps walking and then takes a final photo of us right before he gets in his car. At no point during any of this interaction does he say a single word to us. He never asked to take our photo, say hello, or wave or smile. No, nothing. Just completely silent and straight-faced and taking photos. At this point, I think we both get this bad feeling. I, for sure, do, and I run inside to tell our parents. I didn't even know what it was that I was feeling, being so young and all. I just knew that this didn't feel good, and my gut was screaming at me that I needed to tell someone about this. I half expected my parents to tell us that we were being silly, but they looked shocked and immediately called the police. I remember the police coming and us telling them the story, and they looked concerned, which, again, I didn't really expect. I knew it felt wrong, but I also thought that because he just left and didn't do anything, and it wasn't really illegal to take photos, that we would be told off making a fuss of it. Again, I was only very young, so even though I knew it felt weird, I didn't know why. I remember the police leaving and saying that they would keep us updated, but I don't remember anything happening after that, which isn't that surprising. I'm sure our description of the man wasn't that good, and we didn't know about getting number plates or anything like that. I have thought of this incident on and off throughout my life as a weird thing that happened. Of course, now, as an adult, I understand more why it was really weird that this man was taking photos of really young girls back then. Still, I try and rationalize it in my brain. Is it really that creepy? Maybe he just thought that it was a nice image. Two girls hanging out in the middle of summer. But even writing that, it feels weird to me. But of course, nothing actually ever happened to us, and I never saw that man again. We weren't kidnapped or worse, so maybe it was innocent? What makes it hard for me to consider it as a slightly weird but innocent encounter is the fact that he never spoke or even acknowledged us. I think it would be super weird anyway for a random man to ask to take a photo of little girls. But the fact that he didn't say a single thing was weird. Also, I find it so weird that he didn't just take one photo, but like 6. Like he was trying to get the perfect shot. It's weird to me that I have no idea what happened to those photos. I would love your opinion on this. Is it creepy, or am I just over-exaggerating the situation? Like I said, it ended up perfectly fine. Nobody got hurt. Why do you think this man took the photos? I'm a 28-year-old female who lives in a small town called Fairview, nestled near the Mississippi River in the Midwest. It's the kind of place where everyone knows each other, and you can't walk down the main street without running into at least a few familiar faces. I've always felt safe here, cocooned in the comfort of our tight-knit community. That all changed for me a few months ago, and I still get chills thinking about what happened. Fairview is your typical picturesque town. We have charming little coffee shops, a beautiful park by the river, and an old-fashioned movie theater that still shows black and white films on the weekends. I work in one of the few office buildings downtown, a nondescript job that pays well enough to afford my cozy apartment. Life was pretty uneventful, really, until I started noticing a strange car parked outside my building multiple nights a week. At first, I thought that it was just a coincidence. Maybe someone had a new boyfriend or girlfriend who was over frequently, or perhaps someone in the building had a new car that I hadn't seen before. But as the weeks went by, I grew more uneasy. The car, a dark blue sedan with tinted windows, was there almost every night when I got home from work. It was always parked in the same spot, directly across from my apartment building, and it never seemed to move. One night, curiosity got the better of me and I decided to walk by the car on my way to the entrance. As I approached, I glanced inside but I saw nothing but darkness. The windows were too tinted to see if anyone was inside. But a chill suddenly ran down my spine and I quickly made my way inside, locking my door behind me. A few days later, I was in the break room at work chatting with my friend Jenny. She noticed that I seemed distracted and asked what was wrong. I told her about the car and how uneasy it makes me feel. She said, "That sounds kind of creepy. Maybe you should report it to the police?" I sighed and said, "Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure if there's even a problem. I don't know why it makes me uneasy. I just don't want to make a big deal out of nothing." That evening, as I walked to my car in the office parking lot, I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I glanced around, but I didn't see anyone. My heart raced as I hurried to my car and drove home, checking my rear-view mirror the entire way. When I got home, the dark blue sedan was there again, parked in its usual spot. My hands trembled as I unlocked my apartment door and I bolted it behind me. I decided that it was time to call the police. The dispatcher was polite and took down all the details, but it was pretty obvious that they didn't take me seriously. I mean, it makes sense that there would be a car parked there. It was either a new car from my neighbor or just someone who's with them in general. But what doesn't make sense is how disturbed or uncomfortable it made me. It was like it was there because of me and that someone was watching me. That night, I barely slept, jumping at every little sound that I hear. The next morning, though, I found a note slipped under my door. It was written in neat block letters and simply said, "I see you." My blood ran cold. I knew it. I knew something was going on. I knew I wasn't just crazy. I rushed to my phone and I called the police again, showing the note to the officer who arrived. He promised to keep an eye on the area and told me to stay vigilant. Days turned into weeks, and the blue sedan continued its nightly vigil. Then, the messages started appearing in my social media inbox. It was anonymous and unsettling messages. They ranged from simple greetings to ominous warnings like, "I'm watching you." Another one said, "You can't hide from me, you know." I showed the messages to the police, but they said that there wasn't much that they could do without knowing who was behind them. I felt trapped, constantly looking over my shoulder, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. But one night, after a late shift at work, I noticed the blue sedan following me home. My heart pounded as I tried to lose it, taking random turns and doubling back, but it stayed right behind me, its headlights glaring into my rearview mirror. I pulled into my apartment complex and then I sprinted to my door, fumbling with my keys in my panic. As I reached my door, I heard footsteps behind me and I turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a man, tall and dressed in dark clothing, his face obscured by a hood. I screamed, and I managed to get inside luckily, and I slammed the door shut just as he reached it. I called the police and they arrived within minutes, but the man was gone. They found the blue sedan abandoned a few blocks away, but there was no trace of the stalker. The police advised me to stay somewhere else for a while, so I moved in with my friend. I couldn't shake the fear though. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every little noise. But eventually, they caught the man. He turned out to be a former coworker who had become obsessed with me. He was arrested and charged with stalking and harassment. I've seen the guy around at work a couple of times, but we didn't really have any interactions other than saying hi, hello. And when I didn't see him again, I just assumed he quit and didn't think about it. Even though that he was behind bars right now, I just couldn't stay in Fairview. The place that had always felt like home now felt tainted, filled with memories of fear and unease. So I decided to move to a new city, hoping to find a fresh start and some peace of mind. If you ever feel like something is off, trust your instincts. Don't wait until it's too late. And to my ex-coworker, let's not meet again. Hi, I'm a 24-year-old woman, and this all started about a year ago when I got a new job at a local marketing firm. My name is Hannah, and I had just graduated from college with a degree in marketing. I was excited to start my career, and I was eager to make a good impression at my new job. The firm I joined was relatively small, with about 20 employees, but it had a good reputation, and I was thrilled to be part of the team. My first few weeks were great there. I was learning a lot, and my colleagues seemed friendly and welcoming. However, things took a turn for the worse when I started getting to know one of my male coworkers, Chris. Chris was in his late 20s. He had been with the company for several years, and he was well liked by the management. At first, he seemed friendly, offering to show me the ropes and then help me get settled in. But it didn't take too long for his behavior to become inappropriate. He would make offhand comments about my appearance, touching my shoulder or back in ways that made me feel uncomfortable. At first, I tried to laugh it off or politely brush that aside. But his comments and touches became more frequent and more invasive. One day, he cornered me in the break room and made a lewd comment about my outfit. I felt trapped and violated. I told him to stop, but he just laughed it off and told me that I was being too sensitive. After that incident, I went to HR to report him, but they just brushed it off, saying that Chris was just being friendly and that it didn't mean any harm. They just advised me to try to get along with him. When Chris realized that I had reported him, his behavior escalated from harassment to outright bullying. He would publicly criticize my work, spread rumors about me, and make my life a living hell in the office. He even started trying to mess up my projects, causing me to miss deadlines and get in trouble with the management. I felt isolated and powerless, and my colleagues seemed to avoid getting involved, and management continued to turn a blind eye. The stress really became unbearable, and I dreaded going to work every day. I started having anxiety attacks, and I couldn't sleep at night. I knew I couldn't stay in such a toxic environment, so I decided to quit. After quitting, I spent a few weeks job hunting, and I finally landed a position at a new company. It was a larger firm with a more professional atmosphere. I hoped that it would be a fresh start. My new colleagues were friendly, and the work environment was much better. And for the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe again. But my relief was short-lived. A few weeks into my new job, I noticed a familiar face in the office. It was Chris. My heart sank. He had somehow managed to get a job at the same company, and I couldn't believe my bad luck. At first, I tried to avoid him, hoping that he would leave me alone. But Chris made it clear that he wasn't going to let that happen. He would show up at my desk, make snide remarks, and then continue his harassment. He even started following me home, showing up at my apartment building and watching me from a distance. It felt like I was living in a nightmare and I didn't know what to do. I went to HR again, but they were hesitant to take any action. Chris had a knack for playing the victim, and he convinced them that I was the one who was the problem. I felt trapped and helpless, and I couldn't quit another job, but I also couldn't continue living in fear either. Desperate and out of options, I decided to call my father. He was a retired firefighter, a strong and protective man who has always been my rock, and I explained everything to him, and he was furious. He promised to come down and help me deal with Chris. A few days later, my dad showed up at my apartment. He took me out for dinner and then reassured me that everything would be okay. He decided to stay with me at my apartment for a few days, promising that he would help. I didn't know what my father had in store, but his mere presence was reassuring to say the least. After another terrible day at work, I drove back to my apartment with Chris following not too far behind me. I got nervous. This was usually the worst part of my day, me getting out of my car and getting cornered by him on my way inside. Sometimes I tried running in quickly. Sometimes I stayed in my car for an hour or two until he leaves. And sometimes I just have to deal with him. Taking a deep breath, I exited my car and I start walking towards my apartment as per usual. Chris immediately got out of his car and briskly walked over to me. No doubt, preparing a whirlwind of uncomfortable things to say to me. But before he could get close, the door opened and Chris stopped. When Chris saw my father, he looked nervous but tried to play it cool. My dad walked up to him and said, "We need to talk, now." I then went inside and they both stood in front of the apartment, and I could hear my dad's raised voice as he confronted Chris. "You've been harassing my daughter, and it stops now. If you ever go near her again, you'll regret it." Chris tried to deny it, but my dad wasn't having any of it. "I don't care what excuses you have. You leave her alone, or I'll make sure you face the consequences." Chris finally broke down and admitted that he was attracted to me and he wanted a relationship. My dad was livid. He screamed at Chris. "Attracted? Attraction is no excuse for harassment. You've terrorized my daughter and it ends today, young man." My dad didn't get physical, but his tone and presence were enough to make Chris realize that he couldn't continue his behavior. After the confrontation, Chris left. The next morning, I found out that Chris had quit his job. I was absolutely relieved, but I was still shaken by everything that had happened. My dad stayed with me for a few more days, making sure that I was okay and helping me regain my confidence. I haven't seen Chris since that day, and I'm finally starting to feel safe again. My new job has been supportive, and my colleagues have been understanding. I'm grateful for my dad's intervention and the strength he had showed in protecting me. Looking back, I realized how important it was to stand up for yourself and seek help when you need it. No one should have to endure harassment or bullying, and it's also crucial to have a support system in place. So, Chris, you asshole, the coworker who wouldn't leave me alone and bullied me, let's not meet again. And to everyone reading this, please be cautious and stay safe. Don't be afraid to ask for help and also take action if you find yourself in a similar situation. I have an experience that I would like to share that deeply scared me. This happened years ago when I was still a small girl, but I want to share it here in case it may help someone. My name is Amanda. I'm a 25-year-old woman now, but this story takes place when I was just 7. I remember it vividly because it was one of the most terrifying experiences that I have ever had in my life. My family and I lived in a small town in Ohio, and there wasn't much to do there. So when the circus came to town, it was a big deal. I was ecstatic. My parents, my older brother, and I spent the entire day at the circus. We watched the acrobats, animal shows, and of course, the clowns. I've always been a bit wary of clowns, but that day, I decided to push my fears aside and have fun. The circus was everything that I had imagined and more. The smell of popcorn and cotton candy filled the air in my lungs, and the sound of laughter and excitement was all around. After the main show, there was a special area set up for kids to play in. It was a colorful and lively place filled with games and small rides and entertainers. My brother was off with his friends, and my parents were nearby, chatting with other parents. So, I wandered into the kids' area, eager to explore and play. That's when I met Mr. Waffles, the clown. He was dressed in a bright patchwork costume with oversized shoes and a red nose. His face was painted with white and also with a big friendly smile. He seemed to be the main attraction in the kids' area, and the children all flocked to him. "Hey there, little miss. What's your name?" he asked me with a jolly voice. "I'm Amanda," I replied, giggling a little. Mr. Waffles had a funny way of talking that made me feel at ease. Well, Amanda, would you like to play a very special game with me?" he said, bending down to my level. "Sure," I said excitedly. Mr. Waffles explained that he wanted to play hide and seek. He would hide somewhere very hidden and that I would have to look for him. He told me to close my eyes and count to 10. Eager to play, I shut my eyes tightly and I began counting. 1, 2, 3. After reaching 10, I opened my eyes and I began my search. The other kids were still playing nearby, but I was focused on finding Mr. Waffles. I looked behind tents, under tables, and around corners, but I couldn't find him. Finally, I wandered to a more secluded area and near a door to a trailer. There he was. He was crouched behind some boxes. I exclaimed, "Found you!" Mr. Waffles seemed very happy that I found him. "Well done, Amanda. You've won a prize, but I have it inside my trailer," he said, standing up and reaching for the door handle. And just then, I heard my parents calling for me. Amanda, sweetie, it's time to go now." I turned toward their voices and then called back, "I'm over here." Mr. Waffles' face darkened and he quickly walked off without another word. I felt a strange mix of disappointment and relief, so I just ran back to my parents and we headed home because it was getting late. Later that night, I couldn't stop thinking about the circus and Mr. Waffles and all the things that we did there. I was lying in my bed, drifting off to sleep, when I heard a faint knock on my window. My heart skipped a beat and I sat up, listening closely. I slowly got out of bed and I walked to the window. My room was on the ground floor. I hesitated before pulling back the curtain. And to my surprise and horror, standing in my backyard, illuminated by the moonlight, was Mr. Waffles. He was waving at me, his smile now appearing sinister and menacing. I screamed as loud as I could, backing away from the window. My parents burst into my room, and my dad holding a baseball bat and my mom looking frantic. "Amanda, what's wrong?" my mom asked, pulling me into her arms. And I explained while pointing to the window that Mr. Waffles the clown was outside. My dad went to the window and then looked out, but Mr. Waffles was no longer there. He said that he didn't see anyone, and he was trying to calm me down. But I swore that he was there. I was not the type of kid to lie or play pranks on my parents, so they ended up believing me. My parents exchanged worried glances and decided to call the police. The police arrived shortly after, and then they took my statement. They searched the backyard and the surrounding area, but they found no sign of Mr. Waffles. They assured me and my parents that they would do everything that they could to find him. I was terrified. My parents tried to comfort me, but I couldn't shake the image of Mr. Waffles standing outside my window. I didn't sleep at all that night, and for a few weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep without checking my windows and locking them securely. As I grew up, the memory of that night stayed with me. I tried to put it behind me, but every time that I heard about a circus coming to town, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I became wary of clowns, and I avoided circuses altogether. I later learned that Mr. Waffles had never been found. The circus had left town the day after the incident, and there was no way to trace him. The police suspected that he had been following the circus from town to town, using his clown persona as a cover. My parents and the police took my fears seriously, and I am extremely grateful for that. But the experience definitely left a lasting mark on me. Mr. Waffles, the clown who followed me home, I hope I never see you again. And right now, I can confidently say that I do not like clowns anymore. For this story, let me say my name is Raul, and I'm a 17-year-old high school junior. I'm half American and half Filipino. I go to a fairly large school in Windsor, Ontario, and I'd say that I have a pretty typical high school life. I'm on the volleyball team, which has made me somewhat popular, and I am known for being a decent player. I wouldn't call myself a heartthrob or anything like that, but I guess you could say that I'm a little bit handsome. I have a tight-knit group of friends, and we've been through a lot together. My friends and I hang out almost every day after school, either practicing sports, playing video games, or just goofing around. There's James, the jokester of the group, Brandon, the quiet but smart one, Lisa, who's like a sister to me, and Lucas, who has been my best friend since elementary school. We all looked out for each other, and I've always felt safe and supported around them. Being on the volleyball team and somewhat popular, I am no stranger to getting love letters and random gifts from admirers. It's a bit flattering, and my friends often tease me about it. I usually take it in stride, and it's become a bit of a running joke among us. But one day, I got a letter that didn't feel like the usual harmless crush notes. It was left in my locker, like many others, but the contents were different. The letter was written on a piece of ornate, cream-colored paper with intricate designs around the edges. It smelled faintly of lavender, which was unusual. The letter read, "Dear Raul, I've been watching you for a while now. I know everything about you, your likes, your dislikes, your routines. You may not know me yet, but you will soon. You're special, and I have plans for the both of us. Don't worry, I'll make sure you will understand in time." I felt a chill run down my spine as I read the words. It was creepy, almost obsessive, and definitely not the usual kind of attention that I was used to. I decided to show it to my friends after school. When I showed the letter to my friends, they didn't seem as freaked out as I was. James laughed and made jokes about my secret admirer, while Brandon and Lisa exchanged amused glances. Lucas, my best friend, just smirked and said, "Well, looks like someone's really into you, man." "Yeah, but this isn't like the other letters. This one feels different. It's creepy," I insisted. "Relax, Raul. It's probably just someone messing with you. Besides, if they were really dangerous, they wouldn't be leaving love notes," Lisa said, trying to reassure me. I tried to brush it off, but the letter lingered in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and it made me feel uneasy. Over the next few days, I received more letters. Each one was written on the same ornate cream-colored paper with a lavender scent, and each one was progressively weirder and more aggressive in tone. One letter said, "Why are you ignoring me, Raul? You're making this harder than it needs to be. I thought you'd be more excited to know someone cares about you so deeply. Don't make me do something drastic to get your attention." Then another one said, "I saw you with Lisa today. She's not right for you. She doesn't understand you like I do. You need to stay away from her, or there will be consequences." The letters were becoming more specific, mentioning details about my daily life that only someone close to me would know. It was unsettling, and I started to feel paranoid. Who could be watching me so closely? One night, as I lay in bed, it hit me. The stalker might be someone close to me, someone who knew about my routines, my friends, and my personal life. The realization made my heart race. Could it be one of my friends? The thought was horrifying, but it made sense. I began to observe my friends more closely, looking for any signs of odd behavior. I watched how they reacted to the letters, how they interacted with me, and if they acted suspiciously. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary. A few days later, we were all in a hurry to get to practice. We were running late, and in a rush, Lucas's bag fell, scattering his things all over the floor. As we hurriedly picked everything up to help him, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Among his belongings was a stack of ornate cream-colored paper, the same kind that the stalker used for the letters. I felt a wave of shock and betrayal wash over me. Could it really be Lucas? I needed to confront him. After practice, I pulled Lucas aside. My heart was pounding and I felt sick to my stomach. "Hey, Lucas, I need to talk to you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Sure, what's up?" he replied, looking confused. "I saw the paper in your bag, the same paper that the stalker uses for the letters. What's going on, man?" His expression changed from confusion to guilt. He looked down, avoiding my eyes. He finally said, "Raul, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for it to go this far." "What do you mean? Why did you do it?" I demanded, feeling a mix of anger and hurt. He took a deep breath and started to explain. I've been in love with you for a long time, but I didn't know how to tell you. I thought if I got your attention through the letters, maybe you'd notice me in a different way. But it kinda got out of hand and I didn't know how to stop it. I was stunned. Lucas, my best friend, had been the one stalking me all along. I didn't know what to say. I felt the mix of emotions, betrayal, anger, and sadness. I said in a shaking voice, I can't believe you did this, Lucas. You made me feel so scared and paranoid. How could you? I'm sorry, Raul. I never meant to hurt you. I just didn't know how to handle my feelings. Lucas said, tears in his eyes. I think it would be best if we don't see each other anymore. I need time to process this and seriously, man, I can't be around you right now. I said, my voice firm. He nodded, tears streaming down his face, and said, I understand. I'm so sorry, Raul. I hope you can forgive me someday, though. After that day, I distanced myself from him. I told my other friends what had happened and they were supportive. They couldn't believe that he had done something so extreme, but they stood by me. It took a while to feel safe again, but I eventually moved on. I focused on my sports, my studies, and spending time with my other friends. Lucas left our friend group and kept his distance, respecting my need for space. So Lucas, my former best friend, I do hope you are doing well, but far, far away from me. This happened to me over the past year, and I still get anxious thinking about it. To give you some context, I'm a 28-year-old woman living in a small town in upstate New York. My family has always been close-knit, but we have had our share of struggles, particularly with health issues. My father passed away 5 years ago due to complications from poor health. He had diabetes and also heart problems, and his death was a wake-up call for all of us. Losing him was devastating, but it also made me reevaluate my own lifestyle. I became obsessed with working out and also eating healthy. I was determined not to fall into the same patterns that led to my father's death. Exercise became my therapy, my way of coping with stress and grief. About 2 years ago, I joined the local gym that I absolutely loved. It was a small family-owned place with a friendly atmosphere. The staff knew me by name, and the regulars were always up for a chat. I usually went to the gym at 6 a.m. right when it opened. I like working out early because it was less crowded, and it allowed me to start my day on a positive note before heading to work. The gym's location was convenient, just a 10-minute drive from my apartment, and it had all the equipment that I needed. The morning crew was small but very consistent, and we all became familiar faces to each other. One day about a year ago, a new guy started showing up at the gym around the same time as me. He introduced himself as Greg. He seemed friendly enough, and he quickly integrated himself into our little morning group. Greg was in his late 30s, always wearing a bright smile and eager to offer workout tips. At first, I really appreciated his enthusiasm. It was nice to have someone to chat with, and he seemed genuinely interested in fitness. We would occasionally work out near each other, and he would spot me when I was lifting weights. It seemed very harmless, and I enjoyed having someone around who took fitness as seriously as I did. However, things started to change after a few months. Greg began showing up more often. Almost every time that I was at the gym, he was there too. He started hovering around me, even when I was doing exercises that didn't require a spotter. He would comment on my form, suggest new routines, and ask personal questions that felt intrusive. I really tried to be polite but distant, hoping that he would just take the hint. I told myself that he was just trying to be helpful, but his constant presence was beginning to make me feel uncomfortable. I decided to change my workout schedule to see if I could avoid him in any way. I started going to the gym at different times, sometimes in the afternoon or even in the late evening. But no matter when I went, Greg would eventually show up. Each time, he acted like it was just a happy coincidence, saying things like, "Oh, great minds think alike." Or, "Looks like we're on the same schedule." It was unnerving. I couldn't understand how he was always there, but I didn't want to make a scene or accuse him of anything without solid proof. The situation escalated when I started seeing Greg outside the gym. One Saturday morning, I went to my favorite coffee shop to grab some coffee and to read for a bit. And as I settled into a corner, I heard the familiar voice. "Hey, fancy seeing you here," Greg said, taking a seat at the table next to mine. My heart sank. This was my go-to spot, a place where I felt safe and relaxed, and seeing him there felt like an invasion of my personal space. "I didn't know you came here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Oh, I love this place. Best coffee in town, you know," he replied, flashing that unsettling bright smile. After that, I started seeing him more frequently around town, at the grocery store, the park, even at the library. Each time, he acted like it was a random encounter, but I knew deep down that it wasn't. The odds of us running into each other so often were too slim to be mere coincidence. But the final straw came when Greg appeared near my workplace. I work at a marketing firm downtown, and one afternoon I was leaving for lunch. I saw him standing across the street. He then waved and started walking toward me. "Hey, I was just in the area and I thought I'd grab some lunch. Want to join me?" he asked. Panic set in. How did he know where I worked? I hadn't mentioned my job or its location to him. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm actually really busy today," I said, forcing a smile. "Maybe another time." Greg's expression suddenly changed, though. His face twisted into a look of frustration and anger. "Why are you avoiding me?" he demanded. "I'm not avoiding you," I lied. "I just have a lot on my plate right now," I added. "You're lying. I can tell. Don't you know we belong together? Why can't you see that? Why are you avoiding me? I'm doing my best to be around you all the time and to see you all the time, but you just keep avoiding me, giving me that fake smile of yours." His words sent a chill down my spine. He had never said anything like that before, and I have never seen him like that before too. I realized then that this wasn't just a series of coincidences. Greg was stalking me, and Greg was mad crazy. "I need to go. Please leave me alone or I'll call the police on you," I said firmly. Greg's face contorted with rage, and then he yelled, "You're making a mistake! You're making a mistake! We belong together!" People on the street were starting to stare, and I pulled out my phone and dialed 911, making sure Greg could see what I was doing. "Leave now, or I will have you arrested," I said, my voice shaking. Greg hesitated, and then he turned and walked away, muttering under his breath. I watched them go, my heart pounding in my chest, and my knees were shaking. I stayed on the line with the dispatcher, explaining the situation and providing a description of Greg and the situation. A police officer came and I filed for a report, but since he didn't exactly harm me and I could not provide concrete proof of the stalking, they couldn't do more. But I didn't see Greg after that day. He stopped coming to the gym, and I no longer ran into him around town. My friends and coworkers were also incredibly supportive, helping me feel safer during that difficult time. Despite Greg's disappearance, I really couldn't shake the fear that he had instilled in me. I was worried that he was just lurking around in the corners, watching me. I decided to find a new gym, even though I loved the one that I had been going to for years. It really broke my heart to leave that place. But I knew that this was the best thing for my safety and also for my peace of mind. I found another gym a bit further from my apartment, and the staff there were understanding when I explained my situation. It really took some time, but I eventually started to feel comfortable and safe again. I didn't have to work out while looking at my back anymore. Looking back, I realized how important it is to trust your instincts. If someone's behavior makes you uncomfortable, don't just ignore it. Don't just think that it was a mere coincidence. Speak up, take action, and then protect yourself. So, Greg, the gym buddy who took it too far, let's not meet again. Hello everyone, I'm Adam, and I'm a 25-year-old guy working at Walmart. Of course, I'm not gonna tell you which one. I have been working there for the past 3 years. It's not my dream job, but it pays the bills, and I am able to save up a bit while I figure out what I really want to do. I usually work the evening shift from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. It's not a bad schedule, as it leaves my mornings free, and I have grown accustomed to the routine. On this particular day, I was assigned to stock shelves in the grocery section. It's a task that I have done countless of times, and I usually zone out and get into a rhythm. But that day, something, or rather, someone, broke my routine in a way that still gives me chills. It started around 5 p.m. when a woman approached me as I was stocking the cereal aisle. She was in her early 30s with shoulder-length brown hair and a friendly demeanor. She asked where she could find a specific brand of granola. I pointed her to the right shelf, and I thought nothing of it. Helping customers is part of the job, and her question seemed perfectly normal. However, as I moved to restock another section, I noticed the same woman nearby. This time, she asked me where to find almond milk. I showed her the dairy section, and again, I didn't think much of it. Maybe she was just health conscious, and she had a lot of specific questions. But as I continued with my work, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was following me. No matter which aisle I moved to, she seemed to be there with another question. She asked about gluten-free bread, organic vegetables, and even cleaning supplies. Each time I patiently answered her questions, but the unease was beginning to set in. I started to wonder if I was overthinking things. Maybe she just had a lot of questions, and it was a coincidence that she kept finding me. But by the 5th or 6th encounter, I decided to test my theory. I moved to a completely different section of the store, away from the groceries, to see if she would follow. And sure enough, she appeared, asking where to find the light bulbs. My heart rate spiked. There was no way this was just a coincidence anymore. I tried to remain calm and polite though, but I was genuinely creeped out. I decided to take my break early. I headed to the employee area and I stayed there for a while, hoping that she would finish her shopping and then leave. After about 20 minutes, I went back to the floor, cautiously scanning the aisles. Thankfully, I didn't see her anymore, and I instantly felt relief. Maybe it was just all in my head, and that she had already left. The rest of my shift went by uneventfully. I finished stocking the shelves, helped a few more customers, and then I clocked out at 11 p.m. I was tired. I was ready to go home. I headed to my car, which was parked in our employee lot, and I began to drive home. As I was driving, I noticed a car behind me. At first, I didn't think anything of it. There was only so many routes out of the Walmart parking lot, and it's not unusual to have cars behind you for a while. But as I continued to drive, the car stayed behind me, making the same turns that I did. I started to get a little paranoid. Was I just being jumpy because of what happened earlier? I decided to test it out. I took a few random turns, driving through residential areas and side streets that I knew well, but the car followed my every move. My heart was pounding now. I couldn't see the driver clearly, but I had a sinking feeling that it was the same woman from the store. I needed to do something. I didn't want to lead her to my apartment, so I made a split-second decision to drive to the nearest police station. As I pulled into the station parking lot, the car behind me suddenly sped off, and I only caught a glimpse of the driver, but it looked like a woman, possibly the same one who had been following me around in the store. My mind was racing. What did she want from me? Why was she following me? I sat in the parking lot for a few minutes, trying to calm down. I considered going into the station to file a report, but I hesitated. I didn't have any concrete evidence, just a series of unsettling encounters and a car that followed me for a while. Would the police even take me seriously? So I just decided to go home. I was on high alert the whole time. I kept checking my rearview mirror, making sure that I wasn't being followed again. The drive was tense, and every car that appeared behind me made my heart skip a beat. Thankfully, I made it home without any further incidents. That night, I barely slept. I kept replaying the events in my mind, wondering if I was just being paranoid or if I had genuinely been in danger. The next day, I went back to work as usual, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I kept an eye out for that woman, but I didn't see her again. It's been a few weeks now and I haven't had any more creepy encounters. I still work at Walmart, and while I've had my share out of customers, nothing is as unsettling as what happened with that woman. I don't know if it was the same person following me in the car, but the coincidence is too eerie to ignore. So, to the woman who followed me around the store and then followed me home, I hope I never see you again. Hi everyone. I have been reading stories on this subreddit for a while, and I thought that I would share a story of mine. It's my first time posting on here, so please forgive me if I'm not the best storyteller. I'm 21 years old, and for this story you can call me Jake. I'm a college student pursuing a degree in computer science. I share an apartment with 3 of my best friends from high school, Mike, Tony, and Sam. We've known each other for years and have always been really close. We share everything with each other and have always been tight-knit. Our friend group also includes a few others who don't live with us but hang out with us often. One of them is Ryan. Ryan's been a part of our group for about 2 years now. He's a nice guy, friendly and outgoing, and we've always gotten along pretty well. We're a diverse group with different interests, but we've always found some common ground in our friendship. Things took an unexpected turn one night though, when we were all hanging out at our apartment. We were playing video games, and everyone was having a good time. At one point, Ryan asked if he could talk to me privately. I thought nothing of it and I agreed. We went to my room, and I could see that he was nervous. "Jake, there's something I've been wanting to tell you for a while now," he began, avoiding eye contact. "I've had feelings for you for some time now. I think I'm in love with you." I was stunned. I didn't see that coming at all. I had always seen Ryan as a good friend and nothing more. I took a deep breath, trying to process what he had just said. "Ryan, I'm flattered, but I'm not attracted to men," I said gently. "I see you as a friend, and I do hope we can keep things that way." Ryan looked heartbroken, and I felt terrible for hurting his feelings, but I wanted to be honest and clear about my own feelings. He nodded and said he understood, and then we went back to join the others. I hoped that that would be the end of it, and that things would go back to normal. Unfortunately, things didn't go back to normal. Over the next few days, Ryan's behavior became more aggressive and unsettling. He started sending me explicit messages and even tried to show me gay pornography. He was insisting that I would enjoy it if I just gave it a chance. I was uncomfortable, and I told him to stop, but he didn't listen. Ryan's actions didn't stop at just harassment. He began spreading rumors among our friends and classmates, claiming that I was secretly attracted to men but was too afraid to admit it. He made it sound like I was leading a double life, trying to hide my true self from everyone. The rumors created an awkward atmosphere, and I found myself constantly having to defend my sexuality. It was exhausting and frustrating, and it felt like my friendship with Ryan was turning into a nightmare. When I continued to reject his advances, Ryan started accusing me of being homophobic. He would publicly call me out, saying things like, "Why can't you just accept who you are, Jake? Are you that scared of being gay?" I tried to explain to him that rejecting his advances didn't make me homophobic. It just meant that I wasn't interested. But Ryan wouldn't listen. He was convinced that my refusal to be with him was rooted in prejudice, and he made it his mission to make me look bad in front of our friends. My friends could see what was happening, and they tried to intervene. Mike and Tony talked to Ryan, trying to make him understand that his behavior was toxic and unfair. But Ryan was relentless. He continued to harass me and spread lies, and it was taking a toll on my mental health. One evening, after another round of accusations and harassment from Ryan, our friend group had had enough. We sat down and had a serious conversation about what was happening. It was clear that Ryan's actions were damaging our friendship and creating a toxic environment for us. So we made the difficult decision to remove Ryan from our friend group. It wasn't easy because we had all been so close, but his behavior had crossed too many lines and we just couldn't let it continue anymore. A few days later, Ryan reached out to me one last time. He sent me a long emotional message saying that he couldn't live without me and that he would end his life if I didn't start a relationship with him. I was taken aback and I was deeply concerned for his well-being, but I knew that I couldn't give in to his demands. I replied, urging him to seek help and talk to someone about his feelings. I told him that threatening suicide was not the way to handle things and that I genuinely wanted him to be okay, but I couldn't be in a relationship with him. Ryan didn't respond to my message, and I was worried sick. I kept an eye for any news or updates about him, hoping that he was getting the help he needed. A few days later, I saw Ryan on campus. He looked tired and worn out, but he was alive, so I felt a mix of relief and sadness, knowing that he was struggling, but also that he hadn't gone through with his threat. Looking back, I realize how important it is to set boundaries and to stand up for yourself even when it's difficult. Speak up if you are being harassed or manipulated, regardless of the circumstances. So, Ryan, the friend who couldn't take no for an answer, I hope that you are well, my friend, but let's never meet again. I have been lurking here for a long time, reading everyone's stories, and I never thought that I would have one of my own to share. But after what happened to me, I think it's important to tell my story. Writing it down might help me process everything, and maybe it will also serve as a warning to others out there. To give you a bit of context, I'm a 32-year-old single mother living in a small town in Illinois. My name is Jennifer, and my son, Oliver, is 6 years old. He is the absolute center of my world. His father is not in the picture, having left us when Oliver was just a baby. And since then, it's just been the two of us, and we have built a pretty good life together. I work as a nurse, which means I have odd hours and long shifts. Balancing my work schedule while taking care of Oliver is challenging, but I try to manage. I don't have any family nearby. My parents retired to Florida, and my siblings live in different states. This means that I rely heavily on friends, neighbors, and trusted agencies for support, especially when it comes to babysitting. One evening, after a particularly long shift at work, I stopped by the grocery store to pick up a few things. I was exhausted, and all I wanted was to get home and then tuck Oliver into bed. I was unloading my groceries into the car, and I was fumbling with my keys, and I nearly dropped everything. That's when a man appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "Need a hand?" he asked, smiling warmly. I was taken aback, but I was grateful for the help. I said, "Oh, thank you. I'm just so tired today," trying to manage a smile. He helped me load the last of the groceries into my trunk and then introduced himself as Mark. He looked to be in his late 40s, with a friendly demeanor and an easy smile. He mentioned that he lived nearby and often shopped at the same store. I told him thank you, feeling genuinely grateful for what he has done, and I introduced myself too. "Oh, I'm Jennifer, by the way." "Nice to meet you, Jennifer. Happy to help," he said. I didn't think much of the encounter at first. I was just glad for the assistance on a tiring day. Over the next few weeks, I noticed Mark around town more often. I'd run into him at the grocery store, the coffee shop, and even at the park where I took Oliver to play. Each time, he would strike up a friendly conversation, offering help or just chatting about the weather. At first, it seemed like a series of happy coincidences. Mark was always polite and helpful, and I appreciated the friendly face in my otherwise busy and sometimes stressful life. But after a while, it didn't feel like a coincidence anymore. It felt weird and creepy, and I began to feel uneasy. It started when he showed up at Oliver's soccer practice. We had never discussed Oliver's activities, and I found it odd that he was there. When I asked him about it, he said he was thinking of signing his nephew up for the same league, and he wanted to check it out. My unease grew as Mark's appearances became more frequent and more targeted. It wasn't just a random encounter at the store anymore. He seemed to know my schedule and would appear at places where he knew that I would be. One Saturday morning, I decided to take Oliver to the farmer's market. It was one of our favorite weekend activities, and I hadn't mentioned it to anyone. As we were browsing the stalls, I felt a tap on my shoulder, and I turned to find Mark smiling at us. "Hey, Jennifer, fancy seeing you here," he said. I forced a smile, trying to hide my discomfort. "Oh, hi, Mark. Enjoying the market?" "Absolutely. Got some great produce here. How's Oliver doing?" he asked, bending down to greet my son. Oliver, being the friendly and trusting kid that he is, chatted with Mark for a bit. But my instincts were screaming at me that something was off. I tried to wrap up our conversation quickly, and I told Mark that we needed to get home. By now, I was convinced that Mark was following me. I decided to change my routine to see if it would make a difference. I started shopping at a different grocery store, I varied my routes to work, and I even took Oliver to a different park. For a while, it seemed to work. I didn't see Mark anymore, and I started to feel a bit more at ease. But the sense of relief was short-lived. One evening, as I was leaving work, I noticed a familiar car parked in the lot. My heart sank as I realized that it was Mark's car. He was sitting inside, and when he saw me, he then got out and walked over. "Hey, Jennifer, I was just in the area and I thought that I would say hi," he said, his smile as warm as ever. I tried to hide my panic and I answered, "Oh, hi Mark, I'm actually in a rush to pick up Oliver, so I have to go." "I can give you a ride if you want," he offered. "Oh, no, that's okay. I've got it covered. I need to go," I said firmly. As I drove away, my hands were shaking. How did he know where I worked? I hadn't told him. The realization that he was likely following me was terrifying. The final straw came a few days later. I had decided to take Oliver to a nearby town just for a change of scenery, you know? We spent the afternoon exploring and having fun, just the two of us. And as we were getting ready to leave, I saw Mark walking towards us. My blood ran cold. He said, "Jennifer, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." He was acting surprised. I just couldn't take it anymore, so I demanded, "Mark, this is getting creepy. Why are you following me?" His friendly facade dropped, replaced by a look of anger. "I'm not following you, Jennifer. We're just running into each other. Why are you making a big deal out of this?" "Because it is a big deal. You've shown up at places where I never mentioned I would be. That's not normal, Mark," I said, my voice trembling. He then came very close to me and then said with a very disturbing tone, "We belong together, Jennifer. Can't you see that? I'm not following you, Jennifer. I'm just looking out for you, helping you. Why can't you appreciate that?" I was terrified, so I threatened, "Stay away from me and my son, or I will call the police on you." His face twisted in rage, but he took a step back and said, "Fine, but you'll regret this, Jennifer. I didn't do anything wrong," he said before he stormed off. I immediately went home and I called a friend to come over and stay with us. I was too scared to be alone. I also contacted the police and filed a report, and they took my statement. I haven't seen Mark since that confrontation, but one night, when I was at home watching TV, and my son Oliver was asleep in his room, I thought I heard the doorknob jiggle, so I turned the volume down and I listened intently. But then, I heard it. Footsteps. There was someone walking around the house. I didn't waste any time. I grabbed my phone and then ran upstairs into my son's room. I locked the door and then I called the police. I was whispering to the operator about my situation when I heard glass breaking. I quickly updated the operator about what was going on, and thank goodness, she informed me that the police were close. The glass breaking woke up my son, and he was scared, but I told him to be quiet, and thankfully he listened. I could hear footsteps walking around the house. Then I heard police sirens from a distance and a door shutting. The police arrived and we only exited the room once they were right by my son's door knocking and telling us that it was safe to come out. I was a mess. I was crying and I was trying to explain what happened to them. The police officers searched the house and found no one other than a broken window and shattered glass on the floor. I was so upset thinking whoever did this got away. Until we heard some shouting and a scuffle out the back part of my house. We had some trees there and a little shed where I like to keep things. One police officer went out back to check the whole area and found someone hiding by the shed, hidden by the trees. And when they brought the person out front, I saw who it was. If you were guessing that it was Mark, then you would get a 10 out of 10 for that. It was him. I told the officer that I knew who he was, and I told them the whole situation with him. Mark denied it, but the things inside his backpack didn't really help him. He had rope, tape, a knife, and some other things in there that definitely screamed that he was lying and that he was up to no good. A long story short, I pressed charges and also filed for a restraining order. I am still shaken with the whole experience, but I am trying to move on. I've learned to trust my instincts and be more cautious about the people that I interact with. I'm just glad that me and my son are safe. So everyone, please, stay safe out there. A year ago, I moved into a neighborhood with my dog, Max. It was a quaint, serene place, and after a tough breakup and leaving my old life behind, I thought that this would be a perfect fresh start. My new house was cozy, with a small garden where Max could play. I loved the quiet streets and our friendly neighbors, and there was also a sense of community that seemed to pervade every corner of my new place. The first weeks were amazing. I spent my days unpacking, decorating, and exploring the new area with Max. One afternoon, while walking Max in the park nearby, I met Lee. He was a tall, handsome man with a charming smile. Lee was half Korean and half American, and he had an easygoing demeanor that definitely put me at ease. We struck up a conversation about our shared love for dogs, and I found myself genuinely interested in him. Lee seemed perfect too. He was attentive, caring, and thoughtful. And over the next few weeks, we ran into each other more frequently, and I started to look forward to our encounters. Eventually, our casual meetings turned into planned dates, and before long, we were officially a couple. In the beginning, everything was wonderful. Lee was so attentive and affectionate. He would bring me flowers, cook me dinner, and surprise me with thoughtful gestures. We spent a lot of time together, and I enjoyed the attention and care that he showered me with. My dog Max also seemed to like him, which I took as a good sign. However, as the time passed, I began to notice a darker side to Lee. He was overly possessive and had a controlling streak that became more apparent as our relationship progressed. He would get upset if I spent time with friends without him, he would question me about my whereabouts constantly, and he grew increasingly jealous of any attention that I received from other men. His behavior started to suffocate me. I tried to talk to him about it, hoping that we could just work things out. But his attitude only got worse. He became more demanding, more paranoid, and even more intrusive. I felt like I was losing my sense of self and my independence. It was definitely choking me. So one night, after a particularly heated argument about my plans to go out with some of my girlfriends, I realized that I couldn't take it anymore. I told Lee that we needed to break up, that his behavior was unhealthy, and I couldn't continue on like this. He was devastated, but I stood my ground. I needed to get my life back and also my peace of mind. I felt like I was constantly walking on eggshells around him, making sure that I do everything according to what he wants, just so he doesn't get mad or snap at me. I thought that breaking up with him would be the end of it, but I wouldn't be here if it ended there. Lee didn't take the breakup well. In the days that followed, he bombarded me with messages and calls, begging me to take him back. I tried to be firm but also kind, explaining that my decision was final. That's when the messages and calls didn't stop. It was just too much. At first, it was every day, then a couple of texts in a day, and then some calls, and then it was just every hour, and sometimes I would wake up with multiple messages and missed calls from him. So I decided to block his number, hoping that would finally stop him. Unfortunately, blocking Lee didn't deter him. He started leaving letters in my mailbox. They were long, rambling letters pleading for another chance, apologizing for his behavior, and professing his undying love for me. At first, I read the letters, but they made me feel more uncomfortable and anxious, so I stopped reading them and I just threw them away without opening them. Then, I started seeing him around town. At first, it seemed like a coincidence, but then I would spot him at the grocery store, at a coffee shop, at a parking lot, at the park where I would walk Max. And given the things that he has been doing in the past few weeks, I threw out the idea of it being a coincidence, and I was sure that he was just displaying stalker behavior. Lee was always following me. I began to feel paranoid and trapped. He was always one step ahead from me, always watching. Things escalated further when Lee started showing up at my house. He would knock on my door at all hours of the night. He would be begging me to talk to him. The first time it happened, it was around 2 a.m. and I woke up to the sound of loud, insistent knocking. My heart raced as I crept to the door and I peered through the peephole. There he was, disheveled and desperate, pleading with me to open the door. I was terrified. I didn't want to open the door. And after what felt like an eternity, he finally left. But the visits didn't stop there. Every few nights, he would show up again knocking on my door. He was begging for a chance to explain himself. One night, the knocking turned into banging on my windows, specifically the window to my bedroom. I woke up to the sound of glass rattling and Max barking furiously. Lee was outside my window, shouting at me to let him in. My fear turned to anger, and I yelled through the window that I would call the cops if he didn't leave immediately. I didn't understand or know why I didn't do this before, but I'm so glad that I finally did it, because that worked. The banging stopped, and I hear running footsteps going away from my window. I think the threat finally seemed to get through to him, because Lee stopped showing up at my house. I hope that meant he finally realized how inappropriate and scary his behavior was toward me. But the damage was done. I really felt unsafe in my own home, and I was constantly on the edge and always looking over my shoulder. Even after Lee stopped his nightly visits, He stopped his texts, the letters, and everything. I would still see him around in the neighborhood. He avoided direct contact. He never approached me, but I could still feel his eyes on me. My friend suggested that I move, but I refused to be driven out of my own home. I loved my house. I loved my neighborhood. It was beautiful. And I didn't want to just uproot my life because of Lee's obsession. Instead, I just took measures to protect myself. I installed security cameras, I changed my locks, and I made sure to always have my phone fully charged with me. As time passed, the sightings of Lee became less frequent. He seemed to have finally backed off. But the experience left lasting scars on me. I developed a deep distrust of new people, especially men, so dating wasn't in the cards for me right now or anytime soon. I was just so scared that something like this might happen again. I shifted my focus on rebuilding my sense of security and peace. I focused on my work, spent more time with my friends. I even took up new hobbies just to keep myself busy. And Max, my best friend, was my companion, providing comfort and a sense of safety. It has been a year since I broke up with Lee, and all these things happened. And while things are better, I still deal with the aftermath of his obsession. I haven't seen him in months though, and I do hope that he's finally moved on. I also hope that Lee isn't doing the same thing to another woman out there. So, to Lee, wherever you are, let's not meet again. My girlfriend and I were thrifting at Goodwill recently, and she went to go look at some clothes in front of the mirror. I stayed by the cart probably 15 feet away, and I kept looking at clothes. I looked over at her, and I noticed a bald, pudgy guy with a son that looked to be about 5 years old behind her. He had his phone pointed towards her, and I really don't want to think that he's taking pictures of my girlfriend's ass, so I just keep watching. He acts like he is looking for toys with his son for a second, and then when she turns around again, he takes out his phone and then points it at her. I immediately get filled with so much rage, and I walk over to him. I ask him if he's taking some pictures, and he says, "Yeah, of my son, isn't he cute?" And I say, "No, you're not. You're taking pictures of something else." He said he wasn't, and I said, "Show me your camera roll," and he said he didn't have to. I said that I really don't want to smash your phone and beat you in front of your child. He then started deleting the pictures while his hands were shaking, and I made him go to his recently deleted folder and permanently remove the photos, and then I called him a piece of shit and to never do that again. I really regret not whooping his ass though. I've been super angry at the thought of him doing that to other people, and I wanted to make him suffer. I work at a financial consulting firm, and my job is demanding. My days are filled with meetings, client calls, and a never-ending stream of emails. Each day feels like a marathon, and by the time that I get home, I am often too exhausted to do anything but collapse on the couch. Despite the stress and long hours, I actually love what I do. There's something deeply satisfying about helping clients make smart financial decisions. I thrive on the challenge and the rush of solving complex problems. My team is also great. The teamwork that we share makes the work environment bearable even on the toughest days. That sense of accomplishment, coupled with the hope that I'm making a difference in someone else's financial future, really keeps me going. One evening, I came home late from work again. I was completely worn out and ravenous. Cooking was out of the question, and I didn't have the energy to even think about what ingredients I had at home. let alone prepare a meal for me. So I decided to order food from a Chinese restaurant that I like. It wasn't the healthiest option, I know, but I needed something comforting and easy. So I pulled up Uber Eats and then placed my order, and I settled onto the couch to wait. The anticipation of a hot, delicious meal was the only thing that was keeping me awake. And after about 30 minutes, I received a notification that the driver had arrived. The knock on my door came shortly after, and I dragged myself to answer it. I opened the door, and I was greeted by the delivery driver. He stared at me in a way that made me uncomfortable. His gaze was a little too long and felt a bit invasive. As he handed me the food, he made a weird comment about my looks. I'm not the type to take any bullshit from people, so I called him out on it. He got visibly upset and then stormed off. I watched him leave, feeling a mixture of anger and unease. I just shook my head and I went back inside and sat down to eat. As I was eating, my phone buzzed with a text message. It was from the delivery driver. He told me that I wasn't too pretty and that I should be thankful that he even gave me attention. My stomach churned and I felt a wave of anger wash over me. And then he said that I was just playing hard to get. I was stunned and I was disgusted with this guy. More messages followed, each one more disturbing than the last. He called me names and made threats, but the most chilling message simply said, "I'll see you later." I was furious and I immediately reported the incident to Uber Eats. I hoped that that would be the end of it. I couldn't finish my dinner. The messages had left me on edge and my appetite was gone. I felt a knot of anxiety forming in my stomach. I went to bed, but I couldn't fall asleep right away. My mind was racing and I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. So I started playing with my phone and also watching some videos to distract myself. The glow of the screen was my only comfort in the darkness. But then, I heard a noise outside my place. It sounded like someone was jiggling the doorknob. My heart raced as I got up and I quietly walked to the door to check the peephole. And to my horror, I saw the delivery driver from earlier. He was fiddling with my door trying to get in. Fear paralyzed me for a moment, but I decided to go back to my room. I walked quietly again, but my shirt accidentally hit my remote on the table and it fell and made a thud. It probably made him realize that I was there, so he started banging on the door and screaming at me. I panicked. I grabbed my phone and I ran back to my room and I locked the door to call the police. My hands were shaking as I explained the situation to them, and they assured me that help was on the way. The minutes felt like hours as I waited there, my heart pounding in my chest. I could still hear him outside, banging on the door and shouting. I backed away from the door, trying to find a safe spot in my bedroom. And finally, I heard the sounds of sirens in the distance. Relief washed over me as the police arrived, and funny enough, the guy was actually still there. I really thought that he would leave at the sound of the police sirens. They quickly apprehended the delivery driver, and I watched through the peephole as they handcuffed him and then led him away. A police officer then came to me and interviewed me about what happened. What happened really shook me. I was paranoid for a while, so I decided to install a camera at my front door. And you know what? I probably won't be ordering in anytime soon. Hi everyone, my name is Richard, and this all happened when I went to the mall to buy a wedding anniversary present for my parents. They were celebrating their 30th anniversary, and I wanted to get them something special. I figured that the mall would have a variety of options, so I took a Saturday afternoon to go shopping. As I entered the mall, I was preoccupied with ideas for the perfect gift. I wasn't paying much attention to where I was walking, and I accidentally bumped into a woman. She looked to be in her 20s, and I immediately apologized. She didn't seem upset, and we both went our way. I didn't think much of it at that time. I just wanted to find a gift and be done with it. I started off by checking out some jewelry stores, thinking a nice couple necklace or bracelet might be a good idea. As I moved from store to store, I kept seeing the same woman that I had bumped into earlier. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. The mall isn't that big, so it's not unusual to run into the same people more than once. But it just kept happening. Every store that I went to, she was there, seemingly browsing, but always keeping an eye on me. I started to feel uneasy. It seemed like everywhere that I turned, she was there, but getting closer each time. She was always in my periphery, just close enough for me to notice, but not enough to make a scene. After about 2 hours of wandering around the mall and feeling increasingly paranoid, I finally found the perfect gift. A beautiful photo frame with intricate designs on it. My parents love displaying family photos, and I thought that it would be a thoughtful addition to their collection. I bought the frame, and I felt a sense of relief, thinking that I could finally leave and put this weird experience behind me. As I was heading towards the exit, I heard someone call out to me. I turned around, and it was the woman from earlier. She asked if I wanted to grab a coffee with her. I was taken aback. I felt a chill run down my spine. I had been feeling uneasy about her presence all afternoon, and now she was directly approaching me. I declined, trying to be as polite as possible, but she didn't take it well. And it shocked me because her reaction was immediate and intense. She started yelling, attracting the attention of everyone around us. She screamed that she loved me, and that bump earlier was a sign that we were meant to be together. She insisted that the way I looked at her while apologizing was a clear proof that I liked her too. I was stunned. I didn't know how to react, but I just knew that this woman was crazy. She needed help, and I needed to be away from her. People were starting to gather, and I felt trapped and embarrassed. So I did the only thing that I could think of. I ran. I turned around, and I bolted towards the exit, clutching the gift that I had bought. I could hear her screaming behind me, but I didn't look back. I just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. I reached my car, I got in, and I drove off, and my heart was pounding in my chest. I kept checking the rear view mirror, half expecting to see her following me. But she didn't. I got home and I decided not to tell my family because I didn't want to ruin the mood in the celebration. I know my parents could tell that I was a bit shaken, but I told them that it was nothing and they didn't press for it. It's safe to say that I haven't been back to that mall in 10 months since the incident. Hi everyone, I'm a 27-year-old female. I've always been an avid hiker. There's something about being out in the wilderness that clears my mind and makes me feel alive, you know? I often hike alone because it gives me a sense of peace and solitude. I know the risk, like getting lost, encountering wild animals, but I always felt prepared. I had my maps, my gear, and my well-worn hiking boots. Last fall, the foliage was exceptionally beautiful. The leaves had turned brilliant shades of red, orange, and yellow, and I didn't want to miss a single moment. I decided to tackle a new trail that I had heard about. It was a bit more remote than my usual spots, but that added to the allure. I was excited for the challenge and the chance to explore a new area. But of course, I also had to do my research about the area in case something happens. One Saturday morning, I set out early. The drive to the trailhead took about an hour, and I enjoyed the scenic route through winding country roads. I arrived at a small gravel parking lot, and I noticed only a few other cars. Perfect. I like the idea of having the trail mostly to myself. I double-checked my gear, locked my car, and I started down the path. The air was crisp, and the forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and also chirping birds. I felt a rush of excitement and anticipation. The trail was well marked, and I settled into a steady pace, taking in the beauty around me. About an hour into my hike, I noticed someone else on the trail ahead of me. It was a man, dressed in dark clothing, moving at a leisurely pace. I didn't think much of it at first. It wasn't uncommon to come across other hikers, even on more remote trails, you know? I kept my distance, not wanting to intrude on his solitude or have mine interrupted. But as I got closer, something about the man's demeanor struck me as odd. He seemed to be deliberately slowing down, almost as if he was waiting for me to catch up to him. I felt a twinge of unease, but I just brushed it off. Maybe he was just taking in the scenery or adjusting his gear. When I finally did pass him, I offered a polite nod and continued on my way. He didn't respond. He just stared at me with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. So I quickened my pace, wanting to put some distance between us. I told myself that I was just being paranoid. After all, I was out in the middle of the forest, and most people who hike are also friendly and harmless. As I continued along the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I would glance back, half expecting to see the man behind me. But he wasn't there, and I couldn't see anything. The trail twisted and turned through dense woods, and I couldn't see far in any direction. My unease started to grow, and I found myself listening intently for any sounds of footsteps or movement. I didn't understand why. I've been on hikes so many times before, and this is the first time that I've ever felt this way. About 3 hours into the hike, I stopped for a break. I found a large rock to sit on, and then I pulled out my water bottle and a snack. The forest was quiet, and the only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. I haven't seen any other hiker in a while. I just tried to relax, but I just couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. As I finished my break and I got ready to continue, I heard a faint rustling behind me. I turned around, expecting to see nothing as I have earlier. But that's when I saw the man again, standing a short distance away. My heart skipped a beat. Why was he still here? Had he been following me this whole time? I quickly packed up my things and I started walking again, faster this time. I could hear my own breath and the pounding of my heart in my ears. The trail ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, and I couldn't see another soul in sight. After another hour of hiking, I reached a small clearing. I stopped to catch my breath and scan the area. And that's when I saw him again, standing at the edge of the clearing just watching me. Panic surged through me. This was no coincidence. He was definitely following me. If by now you're thinking that I should have called for help, I just want to let you know that during hikes I don't usually bring my phone, which was a massive mistake on my part. I decided to take a detour off the main trail. I thought that if I could lose him in the dense woods, I could make my way back to the trailhead using my map and compass. I veered off the path and I started weaving through the trees, hoping to confuse him and throw him off my trail. For a while, it seemed to work. I didn't see or hear him, and I started to feel a glimmer of hope. Maybe I had lost him. But then, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. My heart raced, and I broke into a run. The underbrush clawed at my legs and the low-hanging branches scratched my face, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away from this guy. The forest was a maze of trees and bushes, and I struggled to keep my bearings. I stumbled over roots and rocks, barely keeping myself upright. The footsteps behind me grew louder, and I could hear him crashing through the underbrush getting closer. And just when I thought that I couldn't run any longer, I spotted a small stream up ahead. I remembered while I was studying the area that this stream led to a service road usually used here. I pushed forward, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The stream twisted and turned and I struggled. I could still hear him behind me, but the sound seemed to be getting fainter. I didn't want to look back though and slow myself down. And after what felt like an eternity, the stream led me to a wider path. I recognized it as the service road used by park rangers. Relief washed over me, and I knew that this road would eventually lead back to the main trail and the parking lot. I kept moving, my legs heavy with exhaustion, but I was driven by the need to get to safety. As I walked, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see him emerge from the trees. And finally, the parking lot came into view. I could see a few cars, including my own, and I felt a surge of relief. I practically ran to my car, fumbling with my keys as I unlocked the door. I jumped in, locked the doors, and I took a moment to catch my breath. I was safe. For now. I took a few deep breaths and I started my car. The drive back to the town was a blur. My mind raced with thoughts of what had just happened. Who was that man? Why was he following me? I felt a wave of nausea and I had to pull over to the side of the road to collect myself. When I got home, I called the park rangers and I reported the incident. They took my statement and assured me that they would investigate, but no one called me back to give me an update. What happened really messed me up, and I decided to put my love for hiking on hold. Instead, I just took walks around my neighborhood, always in the daylight, and always with my phone in hand. I know one day I will get over this and go hiking again. But next time, maybe I'll bring a friend or a family member with me. I traveled to Seoul for a week by myself back in 2018 because I was still studying and Seoul is expensive. At that time, I was doing a semester abroad in Kyoto. I decided to book a room in a hostel, and it was supposed to be a mixed dorm for 6 people. Upon arrival, I found out that I was actually going to be sharing a room with 5 other men who were already staying at the hostel. At that point, I was still quite naive and I didn't think much of it. Besides, the hostel was already fully booked. There was one guy from Japan, one Korean, 2 Chinese, and a German in my room. The German guy gave me weird vibes from the beginning, especially by the way that he would just stare at me. But I just brushed it off because I would be out and about all day anyway. Every single day, he would ask if I wanted to hang out and go see the sights together, which I really like to do on my own, so I would always come up with an excuse. One time, I accepted his invitation to explore Gangnam, and it was just awkward. We had very little to speak about besides small talk. When I would get ready in the morning, as in apply my makeup and do my hair, he would just stand there and watch and say nothing. I got annoyed and I asked him if he didn't have to be somewhere else several times, and he would just shrug. Anyway, for the entire week, I was weirded out, but I did my best to avoid him. One time, we ran into each other at a cafe in the city center where I found it strange because what are the odds, you know? The other guys in my dorm room were actually super nice, and we even all went out for dinner one night. Then, on my very last day, I woke up too early and drifted back to sleep. The next time that I woke up, it was to him sitting by my bedside and then caressing my arm and shoulder. I immediately sat straight and I asked what he was doing. Even though it was only my arm he was touching, I felt so disgusted. I always thought of myself as someone who would scream and curse at someone in a situation like this, but I was simply dazed and shocked. He then went on to confess his love for me, how he wanted to meet up when we were back home, and how I was just so special. And note, I'm from Germany too. When I pointed out that he couldn't possibly be in love with me because it had only been a week, he insisted that he just knew and that he wanted to show me his affection. At that point, I was just so nauseous. Of course, he was leaving that morning too and offered to go to the airport together. I insisted to take a later bus, and he thankfully left it at that. I just couldn't wait for him to just go and leave me alone. I am so glad that I didn't run into him at the airport, but at some point, I did just burst into tears because it had been so exhausting to ward off his advances all week and then gently telling him that I wasn't interested in him after he'd fucking touched me while I was sleeping. I don't know how I managed to remain so calm and polite to him, but who knows how he would have acted if I had been aggressive. With hindsight, I think I should have insisted to switch rooms, but up until the very last morning, nothing had actually happened, and I would tell myself that maybe that poor guy was just awkward but didn't mean it. After that, I never doubted my instincts again. Hey Reddit, something happened to me last summer that I need to get off my chest. My name is Sarah, and I'm from Pennsylvania. Last summer, I landed a job as a lifeguard at our local community pool. It was my first real job, and I was excited for it. The pool was a popular spot in our small town, and I knew it would be a busy summer. The job was perfect for me. I got to spend my days outside, and I had a good tan by the end of June. Also, I love swimming. Plus, the pay was decent, and I could save up a bit of money before entering college. Every day, I would put on my red swimsuit, grab my whistle, and then head to the pool. The first few weeks were uneventful. I got along with my fellow lifeguards, and the job was pretty easy. We would watch over the swimmers, make sure everyone was safe, and occasionally jump in to help a kid who had gotten in over their head. I felt a sense of responsibility and pride in what I was doing. About a month into the job, I noticed a teen who started coming to the pool every day. He looked around my age, maybe a bit younger. He was tall, lanky, and always seemed to be alone. At first, I didn't think much of it. We had a lot of regulars, and it wasn't unusual for someone to spend their entire summer at the pool. But this guy was different. He never swam. He would just sit on the edge of the pool or in one of the lounge chairs, always watching. I started to feel his eyes on me even when I wasn't looking in his direction. It was unsettling to say the least, but I tried to brush it off. I told myself that he was just a shy guy and maybe had a crush on me. As the days went by, his presence became more and more noticeable. He would always find a spot where he had a clear view of my lifeguard chair. When I walked around the pool, I could feel his gaze following me. It really made me uncomfortable, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, especially if maybe I was wrong. I was there to do a job, and I didn't want to cause any unnecessary drama. One afternoon while I was on break, I saw him walking towards the snack bar, and I decided to walk the opposite way to avoid any interaction. As I passed by a group of kids playing in the shallow end, I glanced back and saw him standing still, just watching me. And my heart raced, and I hurried back to the lifeguard station. A few days later, I found a note in my locker. It was a simple handwritten note that said, "You look beautiful today." There was no name on it, but I had a sinking feeling I knew who it was from. I should have reported it, but I didn't want to overreact. Maybe it was just a harmless crush, as I thought. He would get bored, and then he would just move on. But the notes kept coming. One every few days, always complimentary, but always in that same handwriting. It was clear that whoever was leaving the notes knew my schedule and also had access to the staff area. My discomfort grew, but I still didn't say anything. I didn't want to be the paranoid girl who made a fuss over nothing. One evening after my shift ended, I decided to walk home. It was only a few blocks away and the weather was nice. As I left the pool and I started down the street, I had that eerie feeling of being watched. I glanced over my shoulder and I saw him a few paces behind me. My heart skipped a beat and I quickened my pace. He matched my speed, staying just a few steps behind me. I felt a wave of panic rise in my chest. I reached for my front door, fumbled with my keys, and then rushed inside. I slammed the door shut and I locked it, my hands trembling. I peeked through the window and saw him standing on the sidewalk, staring at my house. And after what felt like an eternity, he then turned and then walked away. The next day at work, I was on edge. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting him to lurk around every corner. And when he finally showed up, I felt a knot of dread in my stomach. His behavior had crossed the line, and I knew that I couldn't ignore it any longer. I decided to confront him if he got any closer. As my shift ended, I saw him walking towards me. I gathered my courage and I walked up to him too. I told him that he needed to stop following me and then to leave me alone. His face twisted into an expression of hurt and anger. He stammered something about how he thought that I liked him too. I was firm and I told him no, and that he was making me uncomfortable and that he needed to leave me alone. He then walked off, muttering under his breath. I hoped that that would be the end of it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that things were far from over. And unfortunately, I was right. For a few days, he didn't show up at the pool. I started to relax, thinking maybe he had finally gotten the message. But then the phone call started. My phone would ring late at night, and when I answered, there would be a silence on the end. Sometimes I heard breathing, other times nothing at all. I blocked the number, but the new ones kept coming, and I just couldn't figure out how he had gotten my number. One night, I heard a noise outside my window. Fortunately, I was still awake at that time, so I peeked through the curtains, and I saw him standing in my yard, looking up at my window. My blood ran cold, and I called my parents who were out for the evening, and they rushed back home. And by the time that they arrived, he was gone. That was the breaking point. My parents called the police and I filed a report. The officers took my statement and they said that they would keep an eye out for him. I had hoped that the police involvement would scare him off, but I just couldn't shake the fear that gripped me whenever I thought about him. The next day, the lifeguard manager called a meeting and I explained what had been happening, and they took it seriously. They increased security around the pool, and the staff was instructed to keep a lookout for him. I felt a bit safer knowing that I had people watching my back. A week went by without any sightings or incidents, and I started to feel better. But then one evening as I was leaving the pool, I saw him standing at the end of the street just staring at me. My heart pounded in my chest, and rather than confronting him, I decided to hurry back inside. I then called the police and they arrived quickly. They found him lurking nearby and then arrested him for trespassing. He was given a warning to stay away from me. The rest of the summer passed without any further incidents. I had finished my job at the pool and prepared to head off to college. The experience had left the mark on me and I just couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even when I knew that I was safe. Looking back, I realized how important it is to trust your instincts and to take action when something feels off. I never imagined that a simple summer job could turn into such a terrifying ordeal, but it did. I hope my story serves as a reminder to always be vigilant and to take threats seriously. Sometimes, the most innocent seeming situations can turn into something much more dangerous. I have also learned my lesson about worrying about making a scene or causing problems. And next time that I feel unsafe or uncomfortable, I will speak and I will call them out. So, to the guy from the pool, wherever you are, let's not meet again, ever. Hi, I've been listening to a lot of your stories, and I never thought that I would have one of my own to share. But something happened to me that I need to get off my chest. Maybe it will serve as a warning for others. This happened to me a couple of years ago. My name is Sadie, and this is my story. Ever since I was young, I have been passionate about mental health. I saw how mental illness affected people close to me, and I knew that I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to help people to understand them and to be a source of support in their darkest times. That's why I decided to become a psychiatrist. It wasn't just a career choice for me, it was a calling. Moving away from my hometown to attend university was a big step towards achieving that dream. I was excited and I was nervous too, but mostly I was determined. My dorm room became my new home and I quickly adapted to my new surroundings. I was ready to start this new chapter of my life and work towards my passion. The first few weeks of school was everything that I would hope it would be. I settled into my classes, made new friends, and I began to immerse myself in my studies. It felt like everything was falling into place. Then, I noticed an awkward guy in one of my classes. His name was Edward. He was quiet, he kept to himself, and always seemed a bit out of place. I didn't pay much attention to him until we were put together for a group project. Our group consisted of Edward, another girl, let's call her Jessica, and also another guy, let's call him Eric, and then there's me. We had to meet a few times to work on our paper. During our meetings, I spoke to Edward occasionally, but it was always about the project. I was polite, but also distant. I wasn't interested in getting to know him beyond what was necessary for our work. I thought everything was going fine. He indeed was awkward, and he would stare a little too long for comfort, but he didn't do anything beyond that. One day, a friend of mine asked me in the hallway if I was dating Edward. I was shocked, and I immediately denied it. I asked why she would ever think that. And she told me that Edward had been spreading rumors about us dating. I was stunned. I felt a mix of anger and confusion. I explained to my friend that that wasn't true and that I had no idea why Edward would say such a thing. Other people overheard our conversation, and soon the truth was out. When Edward heard about this, he confronted me, asking why I would deny our quote-unquote relationship. I was furious, like the audacity of this man to get mad at me. So I confronted him right back, asking why he would spread lies about us. He insisted that he wasn't lying and claimed that he was in love with me, saying that I obviously felt the same way. I lost my temper. I yelled at him, telling him that there was nothing between us and that I have never been interested in him. After that confrontation, Edward's behavior changed. His face had turned dark when I rejected him. I had hoped that that would be the end of it, but it really wasn't. Our group project was done at that time, so I thought things would go back to normal and I can just avoid him as much as I want to. Instead, Edward started sitting closer to me in class, always trying to be near me. I noticed him everywhere too, at the cafeteria, the library, even outside of my dorm. One day, I saw him following me to my dorm. I was scared, but I just tried to brush it off as a coincidence. But then, one night after a late class, I was walking back to my dorm with a friend when she tugged my arm and whispered that Edward was following us. We panicked. We ran to the main entrance of the building. Then we slammed the door shut behind us. Edward then banged on the door, and my heart raced with fear. I just couldn't take it anymore. I reported Edward to the school authorities, but he denied everything. I felt helpless and afraid at that time, but fortunately, multiple people stepped up to be witnesses, and the school finally took action. They suspended him, but that didn't give me the sense of security that I needed, knowing that he was still out there, potentially waiting for his chance. And that made it impossible for me to feel safe. I was upset that the school only suspended him. It felt like a slap on the wrist for all the fear and anxiety that he had caused me. I couldn't focus on my studies. I was constantly looking over my shoulder wondering if he was there. I just wanted to feel safe again. So, I made the difficult decision to finish the current semester and then transfer to another school. I would be leaving behind my friends and everything that I had worked hard for, but I knew that it was the right choice for my mental health and my well-being. Moving to another school was like hitting the reset button. I felt a sense of relief in me. I found solace in my studies, and I dedicated myself to becoming the best psychiatrist that I could be. I wanted to help people like Edward, to understand them and prevent them from causing harm to others, just like what happened to me. My experience made me more determined than ever to pursue my career and make a difference. I'm not that close to finishing my studies, but I'm getting there. So please, wish me luck. So, to Edward, wherever you are, let's not meet again. Last month, I had a pretty normal routine. I worked at a local cafe not too far from my apartment. The job wasn't glamorous at all, but it paid the bills and I enjoyed the interactions with customers. Most days, I worked the evening shift, which meant that I got off work around 10 p.m. The walk home usually took me about 15 minutes, and though it was late, I always felt safe in my neighborhood. There was a shortcut that I often took to shave off a few minutes. It was a narrow alleyway between two old buildings. Despite the flickering streetlight and the occasional stray cat, it was a well-trodden path used by locals. I had never had any issues taking this route. Well, until that one night. That night started like any other. I finished my shift, said goodbye to my coworkers, and then locked up the cafe. I was so tired, and I was looking forward to getting home and relaxing. As I stepped outside, I felt the cool night air and zipped up my jacket. I plugged in my earphones and I started my usual walk home, choosing to take the shortcut through the alley. The alley was dimly lit as usual, and the streetlight at the entrance flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I adjusted my backpack and I kept walking, my thoughts drifting to the TV show that I planned to binge watch when I got home. About halfway through the alley, I noticed the man standing at the entrance. He was dressed in dark clothes and seemed out of place. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I sensed that he was watching me. This made me uneasy, but I just brushed it off. Maybe he was waiting for someone or just passing through, you know? I kept walking, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. I reached the end of the alley and I turned onto the main road. The streetlights provided more comfort and I felt a bit better. I glanced back expecting to see the man gone, but he was still there, standing at the entrance of the alley, staring in my direction. My heart started to race, so I quickened my pace, telling myself that I was just overreacting. A few minutes later, I glanced back again and I saw the man was now walking in the same direction as me. He was a good distance away, but the fact that he was still behind me sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to remain calm and kept walking, my mind racing with thoughts. Was he really following me? Or was it just a coincidence? So I decided to test my theory. I picked up my pace and I turned down a side street that I didn't usually take. When I looked back, the man had also sped up and was now closer. There was no doubt about it. He was following me. Panic began to set in and I felt my pulse quicken. I needed to lose him and get to a safe place. I turned down another street, then another, zigzagging through the neighborhood in an attempt to shake him off. Each time that I glanced back, he was there, just getting closer and closer and closer. My breathing became shallow and my legs felt that they were made of jelly. I couldn't keep this up much longer. I thought about calling for help, but my phone was buried in my backpack and I didn't want that to slow me down. I needed to focus on getting away from this guy. I spotted a convenience store up ahead, its neon sign flickering in the night. It was open 24 hours and I knew there would be people inside. I made a beeline for the store, hoping that I could lose him in the aisles. I rushed into the store, my heart pounding in my chest, and I quickly moved to the back, pretending to browse the shelves. I glanced towards the entrance and I saw him walk in. He stood near the door, scanning the store, looking for me. My heart sank. I needed to think. I needed to do something, and fast. That's when I saw that the store had a back exit. I decided to make a run for it. I waited until he was distracted, then slipped out the back door. I found myself in another alley, but this one was well lit and connected to a busier street. I started running, my mind focused solely on getting away. As I reached the main street, I dared to look back, and he was there, emerging from the store, and he had seen me. He broke into a run and I felt a surge of adrenaline. I needed to get to a safe place or call for help, anything. And that's when I spotted a taxi, parked at the curb, and I ran towards it. The driver saw the panic on my face and immediately unlocked the doors, so I jumped in and told him to drive. When he started driving, I then told him my address. As the taxi sped away, I looked back and I saw the man standing on the sidewalk watching us leave. The taxi driver asked me what happened, and I gave him a brief idea of what was going on. He felt sorry for me, and he made sure that I would get home safely. I felt a mixture of relief and fear. I was safer now, but the reality of what just happened started to sink in. I had been followed by a stranger, and I had no idea who he was or why he had targeted me. The ride home felt like an eternity. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see him following us. I know that was impossible because I was in a taxi, but that's how I felt. My mind raced with questions and fear. What would have happened if I hadn't noticed him? How long had he been watching me? I felt a wave of nausea, and I tried to push the thoughts away. When I finally got home, I locked the door and I collapsed on the couch. I was shaken. I called the police and I reported the incident. But since I wasn't able to give a description of the guy or have any inkling idea of who he was, they just took my statement and assured me that they would patrol the area. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't focus on anything. I was constantly replaying the events in my mind. I felt paranoid. I was always looking over my shoulder and jumping at every single noise. I avoided the shortcut and I took the longer way home, even if it added extra time to my walk. I informed my manager at the cafe and they were supportive, offering to even adjust my schedule if I needed it. A week later, I was starting to feel a bit more like myself. I had taken some time off work to recover, and I was slowly getting back into my routine. One evening though, as I was leaving the cafe, I saw him again. He was standing across the street just watching me. My blood ran cold and I felt that familiar knot of fear in my stomach. I knew that I couldn't let him control my life. I needed to confront this head on. So I called the police again and I reported his location. They arrived quickly, but by the time they got there, he was gone. The officers reassured me that they were taking the situation seriously, but I felt a sense of helplessness. How could I stop someone who was constantly watching and waiting? I spent the next few days trying to figure out my next move. I couldn't keep living in fear, but I also couldn't ignore the reality of the situation. I decided to stay with a friend for a while, hoping that a change of scenery would help me feel safer. My friend was understanding and offered me a room in her apartment. The first night at my friend's place, I slept better than I had in weeks. The sense of security in the presence of someone that I trusted definitely helped ease my anxiety, but I knew that I couldn't stay with her forever. Eventually, I just decided to move to a new apartment in a different part of town. Along with that was also a change of job. It was a difficult decision, but I knew it was the right one. I found a place with better security and a shorter commute to work. The move was exhausting both physically and emotionally. I also made a conscious effort to stay vigilant and aware of my surroundings. I changed my routines and my routes, always keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. I do hope that my story serves as a reminder to always be vigilant and to take threats seriously. So, to the man from the alley, I don't know who you are, but I hope we never, ever meet again. You're sick.
Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate it. I would also like to give some extra love to my Patreon members, my channel members, and also my tippers. Thank you so much. If you would like to extend a little bit more support for the channel, don't forget to leave a like and a comment down below. If you would like to become a Patreon member, a channel member, a tipper, or even to buy merch, check out the links in the description below. Again, thank you. And I hope you stay scared, because your fear feeds me.